The low horizon opens into a slow expanse of grass and wheat, where plains meet the soft rise of distant hills, and a thin river threads silver through the fields. Here, in those early days, the land folds into a long, patient rhythm of seasons, and people learn to read the soil and the sky, to plant at the right time, and to gather when the grain bows heavy. Along the edge of cultivated plots, small embankments of earth rise like deliberate gestures, modest and steady, reminding the eye that human hands have shaped this place in quiet measures. These embankments are not grand at first, but they travel in short, useful lengths, following the contours of fields and lanes where carts pass and goats graze. They are the beginnings of boundaries, worked by neighbors who know one another's names, who meet at the village well and trade small favors. The walls mark more than land. They mark care, a shared attention to crops and to cattle, a small covenant against stray animals and the weather that might wash a furrow away. Each mound is a careful decision, a place where a family's work meets the open plain, where the ground dips into river valleys. Small levees are built to ease the touch of high water, their tops packed firm with clay and sedge. These earthworks bend like a hand around the edges of fields, softening floods and keeping soil in place. They are born of practical need, a response to the slow, patient power of rain and thaw, and they are shaped by the same communal rhythms as hedges and fences, digging, carrying, tamping, and resting. Women and men walk the narrow top sometimes, testing the soil with a foot, listening to the river breathe. The choice of place for a mound is never random. A bend in a stream, the foot of a ridge, a shallow ford where people and animals cross. These are where hands gather earth into lines. In some places, a line of stones is used where the river deposits harder gravel, and in other places, posts of willow stand, woven with brush to hold back drifting sand. The techniques vary, but the quiet intention is common: to shape passage, to influence movement, to protect tender shoots, and to allow trade and travel to continue in ordered ways. Along lanes that lead toward market towns, short palisades of timber sometimes complement earth. Thin stakes driven into the top of a bank to deter night grazing and to mark where tolls might be taken. A post carved with a simple mark can speak of a village's right to collect a grain or a pot of oil, and these small markers become points of reference for travelers. There is a calm negotiation in those little signs, a low-key contract between strangers and host communities that eases passage and reduces stray interference with fields. Between villages, low terraces are formed to guide the movement of sheep and goats, gentle ridges that animals learn to follow like a path. Herds move in the softer hours, down tracks that the small walls steady against erosion, and shepherds walk these edges, their footsteps soft, their voices low, teaching the animals the way. The walls are companions to that rhythm, rising and being mended as needed, a steady presence that both shapes and is shaped by the daily pattern of grazing and rest. In upland places where the wind presses more insistently, lines of stone appear, piled modestly and set with intention to hold soil and to create sheltered strips where seeds will take. These little stone banks are placed along terraces and around kitchen gardens, and their rough faces catch sunlight and warmth. Old hands know the right angle for a stone and the right companion weed to leave, and they work in the comfortable cadence of repetition, the lift and settle of a stone into place, the small satisfaction of an edge that holds steady. Some communities use shallow ditches paired with mounds to control water and to mark edges. The ditch gathers runoff while the bank stands guard. The pairing is quiet and efficient, an understated engineering that flows from generations of watching rain and river. Children learn to balance along the tops of these mounds, play turning into an accidental lesson in drainage and slope, and elders listen to the sound of water in the ditch as if it were a small bell telling them when the season will change. Beyond these practical lines, there are places where small defensive works arise out of memory and caution. Simple earthen ramparts with a narrow parapet where a few villagers might stand to watch a distant horizon. These are not grand bulwarks, but measured responses to an unpredictability that never fully goes away. A band of wolves in a harsh winter, the occasional raid by a roaming group seeking spoils, the need to keep a main thoroughfare clear. The rampart is built slowly, in evenings and on frost-free days, and its presence is more about reassurance than about confrontation. The materials used are the most immediate lesson of the place. Earth is abundant and pliant, and it receives shaping with hands and simple tools. Wooden shovels, wicker baskets, long packed feet. Turf is cut and layered where grasses cling, and the roots help bind the bank. Where stone is present along riverbeds, it becomes a companion element, set into the earth to prevent scouring. Small trees and brush are woven into screens, anchoring the slope against wind, and each choice responds to local resources and to a subtle understanding of how land endures. These early walls are as much social as they are physical. They are occasions for neighbors to gather and help one another, for the elderly to watch and advise, for the young to learn the movement of cooperative labor. A day's work might begin with light, when the air is cool and the cattle still nodded into sleep, and end with the long flattening light of evening, when supper steams in the hearth. The pace is steady, unhurried, and the repeated labor becomes itself a kind of lullaby. The rhythmic scoop of earth, the lowering of baskets, the tapping of a tamping tool. Weather frames the work. Dry spells allow for long days of building, clay firm, and cooperative under the hands, while the rains call for mending and waiting, as wet earth is leached and slopes slide back toward their natural form. Winters bring a halt to heavy digging, and families turn to repair, weaving brush into broken terraces, cutting smaller lengths of willow for quick fences, tending to animals. The seasonal cycle is part of the logic of these small works. What is built in warmth and light is kept through the cold by care and attention. In stretches where the plain meets the loess, the soil is fine and deep, and the banks are of a particular pale color that softens in dusk. Farmers cultivate close to these pale faces, farming right up to the edge, and the walls there take on a rounded profile, swept by wind and foot, becoming soft hedges rather than stark dividers. People lean against them on long afternoons, listening to the low hum of insects and feeling the slow exhale of the earth. That intimacy of touch between human and soil is gentle and unforced. Across low ridgelines, the lines of earth are often placed to make the best use of elevation. A slight rise gives a broader view, and so a short terraced mound is placed there to give an early notice of movement along the valley below. These vantage points are modest and practical, a place from which a person might look and count, noticing the thin black thread of a distant figure or a column of smoke. The act of watching becomes itself a community duty, shared quietly among neighbors. Where trade routes thread through narrow passes, small enforced banks and simple gate frames mark the point of collection for tolls or the space where goods are checked. The gate is often a movable thing, a painted plank or a woven screen that can be opened and closed with calm efficiency. Merchants know these places as practical pauses where goods are listed and exchanged, and where the small wall provides a controlled space to tidy loads and to rest before the next stretch of road. In wetter valleys, reed beds are used to bind the margins of earthworks, the long stems woven into matting that keeps banks from dissolving. The reeds are cut in winter and laid down in spring, their pale stalks drying into a quiet palette that the sunrise picks up. This practice is repeated year after year, the reed giving up its life to strengthen the soil, and in return, the river honors the pattern, moving more gently where the edge is held. The monotone of the river's voice is a constant companion to this slow construction. Some boundary lines run beside ancient, lesser-traveled tracks, and they are marked with cairns of stone stacked without mortar. The cairns are small and careful, each stone placed to respect the balance of the next, and the piles become minor landmarks for those walking between settlements. People leave small offerings on these stones at times, not for grand reasons, but as an instinctive way to ask for safe passage. A pocketful of rice left beside a pebble, a ribbon tied to a reed, a tiny ritual that anchors human life to the landscape. Where the plain breaks into patches of low woodland, the earthworks curve to avoid roots and to make use of fallen timber. The banks take on shapes that follow the trees, rounded and softer, and the builders use felled branches as internal frameworks, layering soil against the wood so the whole grows together. These hybrid works of wood and earth hold heat differently and provide slighter shelter for small animals and people alike. Walkers moving under the trees notice the sudden coolness and the way the path narrows, and the wall seems to breathe with the living wood. Across the open grass, a line of hearth smoke marks places where watchmen or caretakers take shifts, small points of habitation at intervals along a longer line. These are modest huts and temporary shelters, where an individual or a small family looks after a stretch of bank, tending its grass, mending small breaches, keeping a slow eye on the wide world. The huts are simple, timber frames with thatch, and their occupants live in a rhythm of vigil and rest. The low light of their fires knit into the larger weave of the plain. Patterns of planting and pasture influence the placement of earth, and where orchards meet open grassland, the bank gently curves to protect the trees from wandering herds. Fruit trees below the slope benefit from a little shelter against wind, and families tend these trees with the same quiet attention they give the banks, pruning in winter and collecting fruit in season. The walls around an orchard become a private border of comfort, a place where small celebrations take place in calm company. In some stretches, the soil shows evidence of older lines below, faint terraces from generations past, and these earlier works are carefully folded into new efforts. People dig with a light curiosity, finding the old foundation of a bank and deciding to follow its path, honoring a course of labor performed long ago. That continuity is a soft comfort, the sense that one is part of a longer chain of hands, that the work being done now is an act of continuation rather than a sudden creation. Movement along the banks is slow and deliberate. Small carts with wheels that have been greased with animal fat move supplies, accompanied by the murmur of conversation and the occasional soft laugh. Men and women travel with baskets balanced on hips or shoulders, their steps even, and children run between them, carrying small bundles of brush. The human soundscape is gentle, a tapestry of low voices, the clink of tools, and the steady stamp of feet compacting a new stretch of earth into a firm and friendly line. When a new embankment is needed, the planning is quiet and practical. Elders and a few chosen hands walk the line at dawn, measuring with a cord and making small marks in the dirt where a trench will begin. The measurement is not mathematical in a severe sense, but is guided by an experienced eye and a sense of proportion. The chosen hands work rationally, moving soil, compacting layers, and stepping back to observe, adjusting the curve so the bank sits right in the land as if it were always meant to be there. Tools are modest and well used. Wooden shovels are smoothed by years of handling, their edges darkened with clay and oil. Baskets of woven reed flex and give under the weight of soil and are passed from hand to hand in a slow, efficient choreography. Tamping implements, simple as a flattened log bound with rope, are lifted and dropped in a steady rhythm. Each tool bears the faint patina of many hands, and the work is as much a conversation between tool and person as it is a movement of earth. Labor is shared, and the labor is also an act of ritual in its own way. People come together, some with food to share, some with sturdy hands, and the small breaks for tea and boiled grain mark the pace of the day. Stories are told in low voices while hands rest, tales not of sweeping heroics, but of practical memory where a particular root was found. The time the river rose 2 hands higher than last year, the seed that survived a late frost. These shared narratives sit beside the physical work, softening it and making it communal. At night, the lines of embankment gather a different kind of life. Firelight picks out the curves of the banks, and the hush of insects becomes a gentle white noise. People sit on the tops, sharing warm broth and watching the stars. The land seems to settle with them, the small constructs of earth absorbing the day's labor and the evening's light. Eyes become heavier in that quiet, and the hush of the plain encourages slow breathing and a sense of continuity that eases minds toward rest. Paths worn into the tops of banks are kept by regular use, the treads smoothed by feet, and in time, the footpath itself becomes a guide for future hands. Travelers find the path an easy place to walk, protected against sudden dips and muddy stretches, and shepherds prefer the gentle elevation for moving flocks. In winter, the packed path holds up under frost and offers a sturdier surface for hauling small loads. The path and the bank grow together, each reinforcing the other in patient cooperation. Boundary walls sometimes meet the edge of cultivated land and then curve away toward common grazing, creating a rhythm between private and shared spaces. The edge is negotiated calmly, with markers and minor ceremonies that pass customs along. People respect the soft borders, and in turn the borders allow a shared ecology to persist, with wild grasses and hedgerow plants providing food for pollinators and for small animals, contributing to the health of the fields beyond. In places where the soil is less cooperative, where wind blows sand across the plain, the walls rise with more careful engineering, combining low mounds with brush screens and small check dams to slow drifting sand. The work here is slower, made of many small interventions that together hold the landscape steady. Local hands know which grasses will bind the sand and which will fail, and they plant accordingly, creating a living partnership that slows erosion and gently reshapes the plain over time. Simple gates placed at intervals allow for a controlled passage of animals and people. The gate itself, often a woven reed screen or a hinged plank that is easy to open and slow to close. These access points are intentionally unobtrusive, designed to accommodate the flow of daily life without interrupting it. The gates are tended regularly, their hinges oiled, and the surrounding ground kept free of ruts. They provide rhythm in the line of earth, small pauses where the work of travel meets the work of tending. Along lanes where the wall bisects a route, small trading pauses emerge naturally, a place where a neighbor might set up a basket of eggs or a string of dried fruit. The presence of the bank gives a sheltered spot for such exchanges, and these micro-markets are relaxed affairs, often occurring as people pass on their way to chores. Money is small here, and mostly in the form of barter: a dozen eggs for a length of cloth, a handful of salt for a jar of preserved vegetables, each exchange lubricated by quiet familiarity. Where older villages touch the edge of new embankments, there is a soft blending of styles. Old earthen lines meet newer timber frames, and hands skilled in masonry show others how to tuck stones into a bank's face to protect it. The sharing of techniques is patient, and apprentices learn by doing, shadowing elders and mimicking the slow, exact movements that make a bank steady. The learning happens without fanfare, marked only by a nod, a correction offered gently, and the steady repetition that builds skill. Small granaries are often placed near the banks, their raised floors keeping stored grain dry, and their presence serving as a gentle reminder of why the work matters. The granary's roof is thatch or planks, and its doors are simple but secure. Families rotate the responsibility for watching these stores, and their presence encourages a low-grade vigilance, a practical respect for the effort that has gone into both cultivation and protection. Seasonal festivals sometimes gather near the most prominent mounds, where a slight rise makes a good place for communal celebration. These gatherings are unostentatious and intimate, featuring modest food, songs known to all, and a general sense of gratitude for survival through another cycle. Children chase one another at the edge of the bank, and elders sit and watch, speaking little and smiling more. The earth underfoot feels solid and familiar, and the human presence there is one of companionship with the land. Over time, certain lines of earth become recognized as important corridors, a persistent fact of daily navigation. Markets route themselves around them, and cart tracks adapt to the presence of mounds. The persistent human use transforms the walls into features of memory, and maps sketched by villagers begin to show these banks as fixed elements in the landscape. The lines accumulate stories, small notes about where a particular stream crosses, where a favorite tree stands, and the maps are less official than usable, a shared description that helps neighbors move in warmth and confidence. At bridges, narrow crossings are sometimes reinforced by small banks on either side, guiding carts and animals onto planks or stone causeways. The banks keep approach paths from washing out and create gentle ramps that ease the passage of laden carts. People repair these approaches with care, knowing that a secure crossing keeps markets moving and neighbors connected, and they gather materials in anticipation of potential heavy rains that might test the bank's strength. The role of season and weather continues to be central, with mending and minor reconstruction ongoing tasks. Spring is a time of inspection, when families walk the lines and check for subsidence, marking repairs with a simple stake. Children follow, learning to spot the subtle signs of a bank that needs attention. A tuft of grass missing, a small slump at the toe. The repair itself is gentle and methodical, refilling and tamping, planting a new stem of grass to bind the soil, and letting the bank settle back into its place. Along river margins, the earthworks also manage sediment, helping to retain the fine soil that makes fields fruitful. In this quiet way, the walls support the livelihoods of those who plant and harvest, more by preventing loss than by creating grand defense. The labor invested has a steady return, less silt in the stream, a more reliable crop yield, and a small reduction in the anxiety that might otherwise press on communities during uncertain seasons. The wall is thus a daily service, humble and dependable. As young people grow, they absorb the rhythm of the bank without needing it explained. They know when to fetch reed for a mat, how to tamp with the right pressure, which stones to choose for a riprap face. Their hands become practiced, and they pass that skill forward in the same patient way it was given to them. The bank, in turn, becomes an instructor, offering a kind of tacit knowledge that is felt through repeated motion, a certain angle that holds, a certain layering that resists slumping, a gentle curve that suits the land. The sound of work is soothing, the hollow thud of earth settling, the soft scrape of a shovel, the ripple of conversation. Even when work is hard, it is steady and predictable, and that predictability is itself a kind of calm. People move in unhurried cycles, stopping to eat, to tend a child, to listen to a bird call, and then resuming with a soft focus. There is a shared tempo that keeps labor communal and lightened by mutual presence. Small signposts on some banks indicate rites and customs, carved simply into wood and faded with weather. These signs are practical reminders who may collect wood here, where the grazing is open at certain times, and they reinforce a social order that is informal and accepted. People respect the markings, and in their respect they create a quiet civic life, a way of managing common resources with the soft pressure of custom rather than force. In quieter places, the embankments double as places for repose. A farmer coming in from the field may sit on a low bank to eat, feeling the worn top of the earth as a bench and the slope as a backrest. In these moments, the wall is companionable, offering a small perspective on the wider scene, a place to orient oneself by glance and breath. The work of making and maintaining it becomes inseparable from the practice of living near it. Paths beside the walls often become routes for children learning to run errands. The predictable line gives a secure route from home to market to neighbor, and elders trust the path as a way for the young to find their way. The children learn the landscape in a slow, sure way, tracing banks and ditches as if reading a familiar book, absorbing names of places and the small histories that accompany them. Farmers and herders share stories while mending the bank, recounting small incidents that punctuate the slow time of the work. The year the frost came later, the time a brood of wild duck nested in a sheltered hollow. The day the wind shifted and filled the valley with the smell of distant flowers. These stories are not loud or sharp, but soft recollections that knit those present into a shared memory, strengthening the social fabric as surely as the packed soil increases the bank's solidity. Where banks meet boundaries between different communities, there is often a joint care agreement, a tacit understanding that the line belongs to no single household alone. Representatives of adjacent hamlets meet in a quiet manner to discuss mendings, each offering a day's labor in turn. The work of repair thus becomes a means of cooperation, a slow diplomacy carried out in baskets and boots rather than words, and it fosters a calm, mutual dependence that keeps the plains in gentle order. In places where small promontories permit a broader view, a simple lookout post may be maintained, often no more than a raised stool and a lean-to, where a person sits for part of a day to observe the flows of people and weather below. They note little changes and report them in a slow voice to neighbors who may need the information. The post is modest and unobtrusive, its value measured not in alarm, but in the comfort that comes from knowing what is happening beyond the immediate horizon. These earliest earthworks are thus a tapestry woven from many small practices: piling and tamping, weaving and cutting, watching and sharing. Each action is measured and repeated, and together they form a continuous line of human attention across a living landscape. The banks hold soil and stories, protect crops gently, and provide places for people to gather and to rest. And through their steady presence, they invite a kind of soft confidence in those who live along them, whether set on the plain, beside a river, or along a low ridge. The walls adapt to the land and to daily life, taking on the forms that best serve their small, practical purposes. Their lines are drawn not by a single plan, but by many modest decisions over time, and their durability rests on the rhythm of care and the quiet cooperation of neighbors. The slow accumulation of these choices creates a living border that is integrated into the landscape and into the lives of those who tend it. As hands continue their work season by season, the embankments mature into reliable features, and the people who move beside them begin to count them as part of the familiar world. There is no hurry in these actions, only the persistent, restrained motion of people shaping land in a way that supports daily life. Each small mound and woven fence is a gentle assertion of presence, an expression of respectful stewardship that, like breath, continues softly and steadily into the next day. The work began as a long, patient plan that moved from court to field with the quiet authority of careful hands. Surveyors and local guides walked ridgelines and riverbanks, tracing imagined lines with staffs and soft chalk, marking where small earthworks might join into a continuous sweep. Men measured by eye and by paces, noting slopes and soil, listening as wind and water suggested the gentlest path. Where high ground met low, the planners chose to follow the natural curves that already steered travelers and herds. Nothing was hurried. Each proposed connection was considered against the ease of movement and the steadiness of the land beneath it. Once lines were agreed, the long, slow work of making those lines real unfurled. Crews were sent out with simple maps, bundles of rope, and the careful patience to clear the way. Trees were felled softly, not in a rush, their branches removed and their trunks stored for scaffolding or for burning to make space. Brush was cut and heaped into tidy bundles, leaving paths that could bear the weight of carts and the tread of animals. Paths were widened in a measured way, keeping slopes manageable and avoiding sudden drops that would halt a procession of wagons. Road clearing was not merely about removing obstacles, but about making a living route that could carry materials across differing ground. Where streams crossed the intended alignment, shallow fords were prepared and strengthened with packed earth. In places of softer soil, corduroy roads were laid with logs placed side by side, creating a stable surface for heavy loads. On steeper stretches, switchbacks were traced in soft curves, so beasts of burden could climb in patient steps. Every act of making the road also made the land familiar to those who would later bring stones, earth, and tools along it. The movement of materials followed a rhythm that matched seasons and weather, and that rhythm was quietly orchestrated by numbers and by distance. Quarry sites were chosen near high ground to supply stone, and pits were opened a careful distance from the working lines to reduce the need for long hauls. Earth for packing and embankment was dug in layers and set aside in neat piles, ready for measured lifting. Where heavy blocks were needed, they were dressed close to the source and then loaded onto platforms and sledges, waiting for frost or dry ground when movement was easiest and least destructive. Conveyance took many forms, each chosen for the landscape it traversed. Oxen and carts moved steadily across plains, their hooves and wheels setting a slow, regular beat. Horses carried smaller, urgent loads and messages, their riders barely disturbing the air. In marsh and bog, rafts and flatboats drifted lightly, moving bricks and supplies along rivers that curved like slow silver threads. Camels were used where soil grew sandy and the wind had finished its work, their sure feet keeping a steady pace on looser ground. People themselves, bearing loads on poles and in baskets, formed lines that walked with a soft communal cadence. Organization mattered because long lines of supply could not function without markers and meetings. Supply depots were established at regular intervals, simple compounds of tents and larders where tools and grain waited. From these points, materials could be distributed in smaller batches, lessening the strain on any single team. Men arrived with predetermined shifts and instructions, their tasks laid out in quiet, clear lists. The echo of these lists moved along the line like a soft current, so every worker understood where the next load should go and how it would be used. Where the ground rose into hills and mountains, paths were carefully scored into terraces to ease the climb. Stones were rolled into place on packed ramps, their edges guided with ropes and wedges so they shifted without sudden jolts. Temporary chutes were sometimes built of woven reeds and timber, allowing earth and small stones to be slid down to lower levels in controlled flows. In narrow passes, workers dug steps into the bedrock to make steady footing, and they anchored ropes to trees and posts for guiding heavier burdens. Each adaptation was a quiet answer to the shape of the land. Rivers were both obstacle and aid, and the movement of materials learned to use their seasons. In times of high water, boats moved heavier loads with gentleness, carrying dressed stones and bundles of timber downstream. When winter iced the surfaces, frozen rivers served as hard, broad roads across otherwise difficult ground. and sledges could glide with minimal resistance. Crossing points were chosen at shallow reaches or where existing fords had always drawn travelers. Piers and simple jetties were made from packed earth and timber to steady boats as they were loaded and unloaded. The linking process required steady hands to bring together stretches of earlier construction. Where small state walls had already been built, teams smoothed the joins with earth and stone, matching heights and slopes until the new connection read as a single line. Old foundations were sometimes widened or reinforced to receive the load of a longer embankment. When earlier materials did not suit the new plan, they were carefully dismantled and their stones reused. Each block moved a little further to the place where it belonged in the longer sweep. This recycling reduced waste and kept the work continuous. Supply chains ran along these prepared routes like a calm river of motion. Wagons carried grain for the workers, and handcarts brought nails, ropes, bamboo, and woven mats. Simple inventories were kept at depot tables, handfuls of rice, counted and noted before being handed to a cook team. Scribes walked the lines with ink and bamboo slips, recording the receipt and dispatch of goods with deliberate strokes. Their small ledger of marks became the thin spine that supported the many limbs of labor, and they too moved with measured steps from one depot to the next. Coordination between regions was quiet but firm, a map of responsibilities carved into memory and into the list of supplies. Officials met at shaded wayside pavilions to exchange notes about schedules, to adjust the pace according to the weather, and to decide when a quarry needed more hands or when a road needed further drainage. They balanced the needs of the fields with the needs of the moving line, so the harvest could continue while work on the connecting paths quietly progressed. Their decisions were small and steady, aimed at sustaining a steady flow rather than a hurried push. Temporary camps became little centers of movement along the emerging line, places where laborers could rest and tools could be stored. These camps were designed for quick assembly and practical comfort. Shelters were framed from timber and reed, and stone hearths were ringed with packed earth for cooking warmth. Water was drawn from nearby springs or wells, and simple latrines were placed a respectful distance from sleeping spaces. Each camp kept its own rhythm of cleaning, mending, and preparing, making sure that when the call came to move materials forward, they did so without delay. The movement of heavy stones required a calm choreography. Men set up timber frames and rollers, and with long pulls on ropes, they guided the blocks along prepared tracks. When a steeper slope demanded care, workers built earthen ramps and used capstans to ease the weight upward in small, steady turns. Each lift and roll was accompanied by patient counting and soft commands, and the pace was never frantic. The stone moved by degrees, inching toward its place, where it would stand and rest as part of the continuous line. Bridges were a gentle art in themselves, crafted to carry loads over streams and gullies without disturbing the flow of water. Simple stone piers were placed at quiet points, their forms shaped to respect the current. Wooden spans were built on these piers, sometimes using interlocking beams and sometimes using ropes and planks, their surfaces packed with earth for the passage of carts. In wide rivers, boats served as platforms to bring stones to midstream, where crew members stepped with measured motions, to set pieces in place until a span emerged and could carry the next load across. Labor was sometimes moved in waves to suit cultivation cycles. In seasons when fields needed hands at planting or harvest, organizers shifted the flow of workers to ensure both food and construction could continue. At other times, when the ground was frozen and travel eased, larger caravans of materials moved with greater weight. This gentle alternation kept both the land and the people in balance, and it allowed the long task of linking walls to proceed without starving the nearby villages of their labor. Along the routes, small workshops took shape to support the long line. Blacksmiths set up forges where iron nails and tools could be sharpened and repaired. Carpenters fashioned sledges, wheel parts, and scaffolding. Potters or brickmakers gathered clay near some camps and fired simple vessels and materials for use further along. These workshops kept their own slow calendar, preparing the pieces that would be called forward and then replenishing what had been used. They were small constellations of craft that fed the larger chain of movement. Messengers threaded the lines, carrying instructions in small bundles, their steps light and steady. They were not hurried couriers, but calm conduits of information, delivering notes from one depot to another, adjusting the schedule as storms or slow land required. Each messenger learned to read the land so they could choose the most even path, bypassing a sticky ford or a leftover marsh. Their presence made the long project responsive, able to adapt without breaking the steady rhythm of supply. At river junctions and mountain mouths, larger gathering points formed where different supply lines met. Here the work of sorting and redistributing materials happened with gentle efficiency. Stones arriving by raft were offloaded onto sledges, carts were swapped, and oxen teams relieved one another. The sorting took time, but moved with a calm order, because each piece had its place and each animal its shift. The flow that restarted from these nodes went out more balanced, its loads tailored to the nature of the next stretch of ground. In marshy ground, engineers and workers devised low-impact ways to move heavy loads. They laid mats of woven reed and bamboo to spread weight and to prevent sinking. In particularly soft soil, they constructed causeways of brush and packed earth, building up a base layer slowly until it bore the weight of a loaded cart. These causeways were often temporary and carefully drained so they would not be undone by the next rains. Such thoughtful measures turned difficult stretches into manageable parts of the single advancing line. Mountains required the slow patience of step-by-step progress. Crews blasted small faces of rock with fire and water, cooling and cracking stone to remove manageable pieces. These stones were then shaped and slid with ropes along carved benches. Paths were sometimes cut into terraces, so horses and carts could proceed in a series of gentle ascents. When narrow passes could not take a heavy load, lighter, high-value items were carried by human lines, passed hand to hand in patient succession until they reached the waiting depot below. In more open landscapes, long trains of carts and animals moved like a measured tide. They spaced themselves to avoid bottlenecks, and leaders paced the line with a level hand. Wagons kept to a slow cadence, owners adjusting wheel bands and reins. And when dust rose, it settled as the line moved, restoring the air to quiet. The landscape received these processions, not with difficulty, but with the acceptance of familiar tracks, and the way smoothed over time as repeated travel packed the soil into a reliable road. Temporary ferries and simple barges were assembled where needed, often from timber cut and shaped near the work. Men learned to balance loads so the boats would not list, and to tie bundles so they would not loosen in a sudden motion. These floating platforms allowed heavy stones and timber to cross obstacles without forcing them over difficult land. The use of water moved the heaviest pieces with a grace that the earth could not always provide, and it linked distant working sites without the need for harsh cutting of new roads. Guarded depots kept the flow stable by protecting stored material from loss and by ensuring a measured distribution. Sentries stood in quiet rotation, not in tension, but in steady observance, welcoming the arriving wagons and noting what they delivered. Depots were not large fortresses, but practical places of order where records were checked and packages balanced. This small form of care kept the line from fraying and made sure that the flow could continue uninterrupted by miscounts or misplaced loads. The human element in transport was always considered with care. Leaders chose routes that minimized danger and fatigue, and they arranged rest periods to match the needs of animals and people. Food stores were placed at intervals that allowed workers to take brief, restorative pauses. Shade was sought under trees or from temporary awnings, and water was measured out in rationed cups when springs were sparing. Such attention kept strength even along the stretch, and it allowed steady progress rather than episodic bursts. Where passes had narrow engagements, teams specialized in moving awkward or oversized loads. They knew how to skew a load to take advantage of a bend, or how to disassemble a structure into smaller pieces for moving and then reassemble it. Their knowledge of proportions and of leverage turned obstacles into surmountable tasks. Their work was a soft intelligence applied to the physical problem of moving heavy things across complicated land. Staging areas were used to prepare materials before they entered difficult ground. Stones were arranged in neat rows and wrapped with ropes, and sledges were fitted with fresh runners. Carts were checked and wheel hubs oiled. These preparations reduced delay on the trickier stretches and allowed the line to move in a practiced, rehearsed manner. The quiet discipline of preparation made the actual transfer smoother, like a practiced dance that required little thought once its steps were learned. Paths were sometimes realigned slightly as work progressed to take advantage of better ground or to avoid breaking fragile soils. Little detours were made with calm intention to keep the main line durable over years. Planners watched the land and adjusted routes as the weather suggested, moving away from soggy ravines or choosing a crest that would drain better. This flexibility was not indecision, but a gentle responsiveness that made the connecting work last. The flow of labor and materials across different regions meant that diets and supplies had to be matched to local circumstances. In cold uplands, salted and preserved foods were brought to keep people nourished through long days. In river valleys, fresh fish and grains were available and were distributed to camps. Villages along the route shared surplus produce at agreed rates, exchanging a loaf for a bundle of nails or a length of rope. This local commerce quietly supported the logistics, binding the moving line to the peoples whose land it crossed. Small repair teams followed the main flows, fixing wheel ruts, refreshing drainage ditches, and smoothing out packed earth roads. Their tools were simple and their methods deliberate. A tamping of earth here, a drain dug there, a plank replaced. These repairs prevented slow breakdowns that would otherwise halt transport. The teams moved like a soft afterthought of care, addressing the small wear of daily motion so the larger work could proceed without interruption. Local knowledge was prized and often guided route choices. Older hands who had walked the land for decades were consulted. They pointed out hidden springs and shallow fords, the safest ledges, and places where the wind might whip sudden dust. Their advice adjusted plans by small degrees, but those degrees mattered across many miles. The joining of their experience with the planner's maps made the work more certain and more harmonious with the land. Small wayside markers and piles of stones were left to indicate the most reliable passages. Travelers and teams learned these signs and used them without comment, trusting the quiet system of marks to guide their wheels and feet. Over time, these markers formed a soft language of direction that united distant hands. They were modest things, but their presence steadied the movement and gave a gentle reassurance that the next point would be found. The movement of material sometimes required the building of small causeway bridges across wet meadows, where long planks were laid on packed fill to carry carts. These causeways were made to be unobtrusive and to blend into the land, and when their purpose was served, parts were removed and used elsewhere. This practice minimized lasting impact while still allowing the heavy flow of work to pass uninterrupted. The temporary structure had its own quiet dignity, serving the task without claiming the place. Seasonal timing was considered in a practical way, with heavy loads scheduled when frost hardened paths or when rains held off. Lighter, more urgent supplies moved regardless, carried in smaller batches by riders or by men in steady lines. This deliberate scheduling eased strain on roads and animals, and it allowed planning to match nature's slow shifts. The rhythm of seasons guided the pulse of movement, bringing heavier work in the most suitable months and lighter movement in the less favorable ones. When rocky shelves offered a better route than the lower valleys, the teams moved higher, clearing shallow terraces to lay a firmer track. In the valleys, they chose harder-packed floodplains where repeated water action had smoothed the surface. The choice between high and low was always about making the road that would last, and the selection was quiet, practical, and attentive to how the earth behaved after rain and drought. First aid and simple healing were part of the logistics, so the moving line could sustain itself. Herbal salves and clean bandages were kept in small chests, and a few men knew how to set a sprained limb and to treat blisters from long carrying. These small cares prevented minor injuries from becoming debilitating, and their presence let workers continue their tasks with calm assurance. The provision of basic care was a soft, steady measure of the planner's concern for continuity. Load balancing was a practiced skill. Leaders distributed weight so that wagons did not tip and so that animals were not overburdened. When a path was judged risky, loads were broken into smaller parts and carried in several trips. By keeping the burden reasonable, the line maintained its pace without sudden stops. This careful attention to balance kept the progress gentle and continuous, rather than jerky and exhausting. In some stretches, workers built simple retaining walls alongside narrow paths to keep embankments from slipping. These walls were low and neatly stacked, formed of locally gathered stone or packed earth. They supported the causeway above and guided drainage away from the road. Each small wall was placed with a modest patience, stone on stone, until the slope read stable and the path could carry on without further worry. Communication between columns moving from different directions was quiet and organized. They agreed on meeting points and times, and they exchanged small tokens of agreement so that no confusion grew into delay. When two lines met, they combined their loads or swapped teams so that each portion of the long linkage was balanced and well supplied. These meetings were not festive, but practical, quietly ensuring that the whole line remained coherent and that materials flowed to the place where they were needed most. As the connected line grew, the patterns of movement became everyday things. Children of nearby villages watched silently as wagons passed, learning slowly the routes and the rhythm. Craftsmen marked the passage of seasons by the arrival of certain materials and by the soft change of tasks. The whole process settled into a steady hum, a regularity that rested on careful planning, attentive hands, and an unhurried will to make distant pieces join into one long, continuous sweep. Small signals and flags were used sparingly to coordinate immediate movements and to indicate when a path needed extra caution. They were simple, visible signs that allowed teams to slow as needed and to proceed when safe. These cues were part of a soft language of control, unobtrusive but effective, helping to keep the line moving in harmony with the shifting conditions of land and weather. Where paths met large towns or passes, local authorities shared resources and knowledge, smoothing the flow and helping to regulate the timing of heavy passage. They provided carts and draft animals when available, and they offered space for larger depots where materials could be resupplied from multiple directions. This cooperation lightened the burden on remote teams and knit the long work into the existing life of settlement and market. Simple maps and sketches were exchanged and copied at way stations so that each crew had a clear sense of the next stretch. These maps were not elaborate, but they showed landmarks and gradients, the position of streams, and the best alignments for travel. By carrying a shared sketch, groups avoided unnecessary searching and could maintain the steady pace that the connecting work required. Knowledge became portable in these small sheets. As stretches were linked, the movement of materials became more efficient because fewer detours were needed, and more direct routes allowed heavier, continuous flows. The line itself became a kind of scaffold that made further movement easier, and so the work progressed with a self-reinforcing calm. Each successful link reduced friction and made the next step a little more certain, and the labor of transport settled into a measured, enduring pattern. Teams developed quiet rituals to mark the beginning and end of long hauls, small acts of tightening ropes, checking bundles, and sharing a single cup of tea before the next stretch began. These rituals conserved strength and built a shared sense of responsibility. They were not ceremonies, but practical pauses that steadied the body and the mind for slow, steady motion ahead. In areas where earlier walls ran close to the new alignment, workmen took time to ease the joins, to match the contour, and to pack transitions so that the continuous line would read as one. Stones were set and earth tamped with calm precision, and small adjustments were made, so the flow of the landscape would not be interrupted. The joining of old and new became a patient act of making whole from parts, a careful smoothing of differences into sameness. Water control was managed to keep roads passable, with drains cut to channel runoff away from packed surfaces. Culverts were simple and practical, lined with stone where necessary to prevent washout. These small hydraulic measures were practical protections against sudden breaks in the supply chain, allowing the movement of heavy carts even after rains had fallen. The care taken in drainage was quiet but essential to the ongoing flow. In the open plains, the sheer scale of moving long lines of stores became a study of spacing and timing, with leaders calculating how many wagons could follow without crowding and how many depots a stretch required. This planning reduced wear on roads and kept animals fresh. The even distribution of loads and the regular rest points made the whole process gentle and sustainable over long distances. When a particularly long haul was needed, teams prepared months in advance, stacking materials in orderly piles along the route so that they could be drawn forward in stages. This preparation spread effort over time and avoided sudden strain. The staged approach let the moving line breathe, advancing in increments that respected the land and the available strength of people and animals. Those who guided the overall flow watched weather and ground with an attentive stillness. They shifted convoys forward when the ground would best bear them, and held them back when the path would suffer. Their choices were made with the kind of steady patience that trusted in gradual progress rather than forced speed. Time itself became part of the plan, a slow ally in the patient linking of separate stretches into a unified line. At the edges of deserts, the movement adapted to sand and wind, using low carriage sledges and laying mats to keep wheels from sinking. Loads were trimmed and spread, so each animal could make the journey without collapsing from heat. When night cooled the air, travel resumed more comfortably, and the long lines moved in softer rhythms under the stars, preserving strength for the next daylight passage. The coordination of all these moving parts became a living system of habits and places. Depots, camps, and staging areas functioned together as parts of one extended machine, and their smooth operation depended on the quiet diligence of many hands. The slow linking of earlier works into longer continuities was as much an exercise in patient coordination as it was in physical movement, and the care with which materials and people were moved across the various lands shaped the whole effort in gentle, enduring ways. As the single line extended, its seams were tested and readjusted, and the transportation work kept adapting to the realities of terrain. Each new section required a renewed measure of care in moving materials to their proper place. The flow of carts and boats and men continued, steady and unhurried, connecting distant pieces until they moved together as one, forming a long, unbroken path that threaded across a shifting, living landscape. Earth was turned, held, and reshaped by slow, steady hands that knew the weight of soil and the mood of clay, and the building began with the simplest act, making the ground into something that would stand. The soil itself often carried the memory of the valleys, a fine, powdery loess in some places, a firmer clay in others, and each type set the pace for work. Those who pressed and packed this earth learned how it shed water, how it took a pounding, and how it bound itself into firm layers. The small, repeated movements of tamping and packing became a kind of quiet music, a sequence that guided longer, patient rhythms of construction without haste. Wooden formwork rose like temporary ribs to hold new layers. Straight planks driven into the rim of a future wall and joined with simple pegs. Layers of earth were placed within these forms in measured lifts, each one no more than a handful of the height that might be reached in a single breath, and each layer was tamped until it gave a soft, final echo under the tool. The tools were plain and steady, a wooden rum, a short-handled instrument with a block for the hand and mallets, wedges, and boards. The process required only rhythm, and the rhythm created a surface that felt like a slow, natural growth. Earth was rarely used alone, without attention to moisture and composition. Hands sifted and mixed different soils to find a consistency that would compact and hold. Small stones and gravel were mixed near the base to form a firm foundation, and straw or chopped fibers were sometimes blended into softer clays to give tensile strength and to reduce cracking as the sun dried the new wall. Each mixture was tested by pressing and listening, by running a thumb along a freshly compacted face, and by watching how the material settled when rain softened the surface. These careful observations guided repeating choices, and the work followed the learned instincts of people who paid attention to subtle signs. Where the ground demanded more than packed earth, stone was brought forth with patient effort, cut and fitted to make footings and lower courses that would not yield to water or frost. Quarries opened like quiet workrooms, stonemasons working with chisels and wedges to split slabs and shape blocks. The selection of stone held its own logic: a flat, tough rock for a foundation, a more regular slab for a facing, and a rounded boulder reserved for places where the wall met the land. Men and women used measured blows, tapping and listening until a seam released, and then the removed stone was eased along a simple path toward the rising structure. Stone cutting was calm, methodical, and precise, with layout lines scored onto faces and corners, trued with simple wooden squares and plumb lines. When a corner required extra care, the stones were dressed to interlock in a way that made the corner resistant to shifting, a practice repeated and refined until a corner could carry more stress than a straight run of wall. Mortar, when used, was mixed from lime long burned in kilns and often tempered with sand to prevent it from crumbling. Lime itself was made through a patient fire, fired stone reduced, then slaked with water to become putty-like and capable of binding heavy faces together. Fired bricks were another steady presence where clay was plentiful and kiln technology developed, and brick-making followed a cycle that moved from wet clay to soft form to dry molded shapes and then to heat. Clay was wedged and left to settle, impurities removed, and then pushed into hand-carved wooden molds that shaped each piece with a practiced thumb. The green bricks dried in the sun until a faint skin formed, after which they were stacked into clamp kilns or more organized beehive ovens, where heat was introduced slowly, allowed to penetrate, and then withdrawn so bricks cooled without cracking. The tone of a finished brick carried the memory of the kiln, a subtle warmth and density that gave the wall a tidy, regular face. Bricklaying required measured rows, a steady eye, and tools that marked out levels with cord and water. Workmen used simple standards, a line strung tight to guide the face, a plumb to test the vertical, and a spirit of repetition that asked each brick to fit its neighbor. Bonding patterns varied with the purpose. Some faces showed alternating headers and stretchers to tie the skin of the wall to the inner mass. Where greater precision was needed, masons cut or chipped bricks to make corners and openings neat, and the mortar bed was smoothed, so a raindrop would bead and slide, offering protection to the inner core. The inner core often returned to simpler materials, a compacted earth center or rubble, and smaller stones that filled voids and distributed weight. Filling was not hasty, but deliberate, stone and earth alternating, a small set of hands placing each piece so that the mass behaved as a whole. Void spaces were avoided, and when water channels threatened a face, clay layers and well-graded gravel were introduced to encourage drainage rather than ponding. The attention to how weight traveled through the wall showed itself in subtle bulks and tapering, thicker at the base, easing upward as the top narrowed, a silent geometry that helped the whole endure. Parapets, crenellations, and coping stones posed their own quiet problems, and builders took pains to shape the top edge so that rain could not sit and workers could find footing. Coping stones were often sloped just so, a gentle angle that let water run toward the outside rather than into seams. Mortar joints at the top were filled and pointed with small, careful strokes to shed water, and vertical joints were kept tight so wind and small animals would find no easy way inward. The small finishing touches were where weather was most likely to start a problem, so the simplest preventive efforts were made with patience. Scaffolding rose and fell like a sequence of breathing, woven from local timber and fastened with rope and wooden pegs, a temporary architecture that allowed hands to reach higher faces. Platforms were planked carefully and supported by diagonal braces so that a mason could stand with small tools and fine judgment. Ropes were coiled and used with simple block and tackle systems where available, and when a weight needed lifting, a team would gently halt and adjust before the lift continued. Scaffolding never hurried the masonry. It supported a slow, controlled ascent, and the rhythm of work on the scaffold matched the consistent pace of the ground below. Simple hoisting devices, cranes of wood and rope, and sometimes animal-driven capstans helped move heavy stones into place, a steady choreography of men and animals and timed movements. A block of stone would be fitted with a leather sling, raised a little, checked for balance, and then moved forward to a receiving hand. Mechanics were basic, relying on leverage and the careful placement of fulcrums. The sound of rope on timber, the measured pulling and slackening, was part of the day's low, predictable soundscape that accompanied the shaping of hard material into a softer, human line. Transport of materials threaded through the same calm logic, with carts and sledges and pack animals taking stones from quarry to work site along cleared tracks. Where roads did not exist, temporary causeways were built, paved with sun-dried earth or stone to ease wheels and lessen digging into soft ground. Teams marked distances and set waypoints. Small shelters offered shade for driving animals, and simple milestones, piles of stone or wooden posts, kept journeys measured. The movement of materials was neither swift nor chaotic. It was organized into a chain of small, steady actions that kept supply flowing. Water, when needed, was managed in quiet systems of channels and cisterns, designed to support both work and the needs of men who labored. Channels diverted seasonal flows into settling basins, and clean water was drawn with leather buckets or lifted with wooden scoops and handed along in a slow line. Where mortar or slaking lime demanded water, the timing of those tasks gently matched the availability of the resource. In drier times, reservoirs were used sparingly, and the preservation of water shaped daily routines and the order in which materials were prepared. Clay preparation itself followed the weather, with clay dug in wet seasons to make use of its plastic nature, then stored and wedged until a consistent texture was achieved. Workers beat the clay, mixed straw where needed, and left the prepared mud to rest in shaded pits. The resting time allowed fibers to relax and air to distribute evenly through the mass. When the clay was deemed ready, molds were lined and filled, and the quiet counting of forms began, a patient accumulation of pieces that would become a precise surface when assembled. Lime burning for mortar introduced a controlled heat to the process, a fire that devoured rock and left a chemical readiness in the ash. Wood or charcoal fed the kiln for long hours, and the burnt lime was then quenched with water in a slaking process that turned it into a soft, workable paste. The slaking was timed and tended, for too violent a reaction would scatter material, and too slow would make it unusable. Once prepared, lime allowed masons to lay stones and bricks with a smooth, forgiving bed that held until the union cured into a firm, durable bond. Scheduling these tasks to the seasons became a practiced kind of wisdom, with heavy earthwork mostly in dry months, so that tamping would be effective, and with stone cutting and masonry often moving through the colder, drier parts of the year. Rainy seasons slowed the setting of mortar and softened exposed earth, and workers shifted to indoor tasks when possible, dressing stones under simple shelters, preparing bricks in covered clamps, or tending the kilns. The ebb and flow of weather shaped the pace of projects, not as an obstacle, but as a guide to what could be done well at any given time. Foundations received special attention in places where water threatened, and drainage was integrated into the structural plan, with shallow channels behind faces and weep holes through thick parapets. Foundations often extended below the frost line, where the ground would remain stable through cold months, and in softer ground timber pilings sometimes supported a base, driven and packed, so the mass above would not heave with freezing and thawing. These measures were small and concrete and quietly effective, reducing future maintenance through thoughtful early choices. Carving and decoration were mostly reserved for key gates, passes, and important towers, and such work was gentle and meticulous, the hand learning subtle curves and smoothing surfaces until they invited touch. Reliefs were cut into softer stones or molded into bricks, and sometimes pigments were applied in restrained palettes to highlight an emblem or a threshold. These small embellishments did not draw the eye into extravagance. They provided calm markers of place, quiet signposts in stone that offered comfort rather than ostentation. The use of timber in structural parts, such as gate frameworks and interior floors of towers, relied on seasoned wood chosen for strength and resistance to decay. Timber was cut, dried, and sometimes treated with oils or smoke to deter insects, and when placed under stone, it was often set on a bed of small stones or lime to lift it away from direct moisture. Joinery was simple and robust, with tenons and mortises locked with wooden pegs, and the rhythm of cutting and fitting followed a patient, almost meditative pattern of marking and sawing and testing before final assembly. Simple measuring tools guided these fits. Bamboo rods marked at intervals, cords stretched to check lines, and small plumb bobs hung and read in a quiet way that made sure each face rose true. Layers of soil or brick were measured with a steady hand, and benchmarks were set at intervals to assure the continuity of the project. These marks were not rigid rules, but steady companions, the equivalent of a breath that regulated movement and assured that the work progressed in even steps. Interior spaces within towers and stores were arranged to use materials sparingly and sensibly, with narrow stairs and small chambers designed to conserve warmth in winter and remain manageable to heat and light. Floors were sometimes paved with compacted earth or laid with flat stones, and storage bins, carved into simple niches, held a spare brick, tools, and rope. The small, useful design choices reduced the need for constant resupply and let the structure feel complete with modest means. When embankments were needed, revetments of timber and brush sometimes trapped earth and created slopes that could be planted with grasses to bind them together. Vegetative binding was a long view. Grasses, shrubs, and in some cases, deliberate tree lines stabilized slopes and reduced erosion. The choice of plant species relied on local knowledge, seeds selected for rooting strength, and an understanding that living material would continue to hold the work in place as much as any stone or brick. Small workshops clustered near the work, where iron was forged into chisels, picks, and nails, and leather was worked into slings and harnesses. Blacksmiths and leather workers were part of a network that supported the building with ready repair and the shaping of new tools. Their fires were small and tended, and the rhythm of hammer on anvil matched the larger cadence of tamping and laying, a background measure that kept the whole enterprise functional. Transport by river and canal was used where the land allowed, and boats eased the movement of heavy materials with less wear on the body than overland hauling. Simple docks and slipways were built where stone or oak timbers could be eased into place, and men learned to balance a load on a craft so that a sudden shift would not disturb fragile cargo. The course of a river set a quiet timetable for deliveries, and the movement of material by water integrated the worksite into a broader landscape of gentle currents and patient navigation. Temporary bridges and causeways enabled the crossing of low streams during wet seasons, and such structures were constructed with a care that allowed them to be dismantled and reused. Planks were laid and supported by bundles of brush and stacked stones, forming a low, stable path that resisted the force of running water. When the season turned, these supports were taken apart with small hands and their materials reused, a cycle of building and unbuilding that reduced waste and kept the work adaptable. The choice of a building method often followed local practice, and regional variations emerged from long experience with particular soils, stones, and weather patterns. What became common in one stretch of country might differ subtly in the next, because the same problem required a different solution. Knowledge moved slowly along these routes, taught by watching and by shared work, and the gentle exchange of technique tied communities together as they learned how to shape their own landscape. Scales of workmanship were adapted to the place. A narrow ridge might need only a simple revetment and a watch point, while a wide thoroughfare called for stone-faced walling and a broad parapet. The craft adapted to size without drama, finding proportion in each decision so that a long span could be built in small, repeated units. This sense of proportion kept the work manageable and allowed teams to work in parallel. Smaller crews addressing separate reaches with matching standards so that the whole line retained a consistent quality. Small tests and repairs were woven into the ongoing care of structures, and the knowledge of what would hold came from inspecting and tending the work over months and years. Cracks were felt with a hand before they became visible, and a careful eye traced a hairline along a brick to see whether frost might widen it. Little repairs were accepted as a normal requirement, folded into the rhythm of maintenance, and the resources spent in attending to small faults kept larger problems from forming. Mortar joints received occasional retouching where weather had worn them, and lime pointing was redone with patient care, each joint filled and finished so that water would be expelled. Small replaceable elements, like coping stones and exposed bricks, were swapped out as needed, and spare materials were kept in modest caches along the line. These caches served as quiet insurance, a deliberate allowance for the inevitable small losses that come with exposure to wind and rain. Tools themselves were tended with a modest ritual. Blades were sharpened, handles oiled, ropes checked for fray, and knotted anew. A tool in good order was a reliable companion, and the care of tools took little time but rewarded with steadier work and fewer accidents. The steady maintenance of small equipment reflected a broader ethic. Attention to what was immediate prevented the accumulation of future trouble. Simple sealing techniques were used where mortar alone could not protect exposed ends, with thin washes of lime putty applied and smoothed to create a sacrificial skin that could weather and be renewed. In places where mud bricks faced wind, thin plaster layers were added and occasionally refreshed, a soft outer coat that could be reapplied without heavy effort. Such measures accepted the idea of renewal as a gentle ongoing task rather than a dramatic intervention. The making and using of rope was a constant, with fibers twisted and braided into lengths that would bind forms, lift stones, and sling loads. Hemp and other local fibers were chosen for flexibility and resistance, and ropes were regularly coiled and stored under cover to protect them from sun and rain. The practice of splicing and knotting was ordinary skill, and a well-knotted rope was as important as a hammered nail. Both were small assurances of safety and steadiness. Simple records were sometimes kept where projects spanned seasons, marking the placement of foundations and the patterning of materials so that continuity would be preserved when crews changed. These records might be humble sketches on wooden tablets or charcoal marks along posts, yet they allowed new hands to continue where previous ones left off without disruption. The persistence of these marks offered a quiet thread, a way of keeping a shared memory of decisions that guided action in small practical ways. When mortar or lime was in short supply, builders turned to dry stacking or to tighter interlocking of stones to achieve stability without much binding. The skill of fitting became more important then, each stone chosen for the way it filled a void and supported its neighbors. Dry fitting required a patient eye and the slow work of refitting and testing until the mass behaved as if it were glued. And this practice remained a humble proof of craft where resources were limited. The temperature and humidity of place affected every choice, from the timing of brick firing to the decision to use more stone where freeze-thaw cycles were severe. In cold regions, the tendency was to favor materials less prone to spalling, and in arid lands, the slow drying of adobes or rammed earth was handled with shade and gradual exposure. The builders read the climate as part of their toolkit, matching method to moment so that the work fit its environment without strain. Small adaptations emerged over time as experiential knowledge accumulated, and a method used in one season might be refined a little the next year. A particular tamping rhythm might be adjusted to a slightly wetter mix. A coping stone set with a gentler slope might direct water a touch further off the face. These incremental changes were the product of long observation and patient correction, not invention in haste, and they kept the whole line improving in small ways that mattered. Fireplaces and hearths in temporary shelters were placed carefully to reduce smoke penetration and to keep combustibles away from the stored materials, mindful of the risk that a stray spark might undo days of slow work. Cooking and small fires warmed hands in cool mornings and baked clay in gentle kilns, and the management of flame was practiced with the same measured attention used for stones and mortar. The balance between heat and safety was modest and constant, another quiet requirement of the everyday labor. The rhythm of labor included pauses for rest and for simple meals, raids of quiet laughter, and shared bread that reduced the sharpness of toil and added a human cadence to the place. Food stores were kept simple and durable, grains and dried vegetables and salted meat where available, and the small economy of provisioning matched the slow pace of work. These moments of pause were part of the day's architecture, a necessary softening between the harder tasks of shaping and lifting. Where permanence was desired, multiple layers of treatment were applied to faces, with a coarse outer layer to take impact and a fine inner layer to tie the wall together. The outer face might receive a stone skin, a middle core would absorb load, and the inner layer would be smoothed for working spaces. This layered approach used different materials thoughtfully and allowed the strengths of each to complement the others, a composite method that favored reliability. Wooden gates and doors were crafted to fit within stone openings, with small margin for swelling and contraction, often hung on iron pins set into sleeves of stone, so that movement would be slow and predictable. The joinery allowed for seasonal change, and seals of woven rushes kept drafts reduced. Thresholds were slightly raised to prevent water ingress, and heavy iron fittings were treated to prevent rust where possible. These small considerations turned a simple opening into a durable passage passable in many weather conditions. In places where erosion threatened, terracing and stepped revetments were created to reduce slope and slow runoff, turning the problem of drainage into an opportunity to plant ground cover that would bind soil. The terraces were simple and repetitive, built with stone and packed earth, and they changed the pace of water from a heavy, destructive rush into a gentle, directed flow. Planting followed with a patient hand, seeds sown in thin lines and tended until roots knit the terraces together. The slow, continuous labor of shaping earth and stone created a texture in the landscape, and that texture influenced how future maintenance would be done. Workers learned the familiar spots where frost caused small shifts, places where a summer downpour exposed the base, and where wind lifted dust from worked faces. This map of recurring trouble was not dramatic, but useful. It guided where to be attentive so that small repairs could be made before they widened into larger concern. The making and placement of drainage channels took into account not only immediate water, but seasonal patterns of melt and monsoon, with gentle grades laid so water could move without excess speed. Channels were lined occasionally with small stones to prevent scouring, and culverts were put under causeways to let streams pass while keeping paths intact. These small hydraulic works were quiet and effective, employing simple geometry and steady care to protect the larger structure. Where weathering was inevitable, builders favored materials that aged with grace, stones that darkened but held form, and bricks that mellowed rather than flaked. The choice of such materials was a subtle, gentle preference for things that could be repaired rather than replaced, and it reflected an aesthetic of endurance rather than show. This sensibility allowed walls to meet time with a composed, even demeanor, requiring only moderate attention through the years. Small workshops for tool repair, spare brick molds, and stacks of lime and straw served as understated hubs along building lines, a quiet infrastructure that kept the flow of work smooth. These hubs were unassuming but essential. The small storerooms and benches where a rope was spliced, a wedge repaired, and a brick remade, and they saved long journeys back to distant centers for small, everyday needs. Buried beneath these visible labors, occasional experiments were tried with composite mixtures, clay and small lime fractions, combined to reduce shrinkage, or compacted layers of differing textures, arranged to shed water. Such trials were small and repetitive, tested in a corner, and observed across seasons. And when successful, they were copied elsewhere. With modest pride, the steady accumulation of small improvements defined the craft more than any single grand innovation. Workers developed an eye for balance in the wall's profile, easing batter and slope so that weight distributed toward the ground and wind pressure diminished as height rose. A gently angled face provided a calm resistance to the elements and created a silhouette that seemed natural to the land. The subtle shaping of that profile required patience and a willingness to adjust courses incrementally rather than force a form to fit at once. In colder zones, freezing and thawing demanded extra care in joints and footing, and builders added insulation of compacted gravel and clay where needed to limit water ingress and ice expansion. Small ledges and frost breaks were introduced, and drainage was given priority to prevent accumulation. These measures were modest and unobtrusive, quietly reducing the opportunities for seasonal damage. Simple guidelines for matching texture and color were followed so repairs would blend and not stand out, creating a visual continuity that made the whole seem older and more settled than any new patch would suggest. Stones were selected to echo existing faces, and bricks mixed from similar clay sources were fired to match hue. The practice was one of harmony, and it made maintenance feel like a continuation rather than an interruption of the original work. Temporary shelters and sunshades for mucking and molding were erected as light frames covered in rawhide or canvas, and these protections allowed hands to work through seasons without exposing materials to extremes. They were taken down when not needed and reused elsewhere. A simple economy of shelter that conserved both labor and materials. The intermittent sheltering of tasks kept fragile processes like drying and slaking under gentle control. When mortar or protective washes were applied, the surface was sometimes brushed in long, unhurried strokes to ensure even coverage, and the act of brushing itself became a small ritual of finishing. The motion smoothed and spread the mix, sealing pores and aligning particles, and the visual effect was a quietly unified surface. Such finishing touches required a measured hand and a willingness to repeat the motion until the coat looked and felt consistent. The slow intelligence of these building techniques lay in their repetition, in the deliberate small acts that together yielded a long, continuous result. Each tamp, each fitting, each chosen stone and carefully fired brick contributed to a cumulative durability that did not demand brilliance, but rather steady, mindful work. In the quiet economy of building, patience and attention were the primary materials carried in the hands and habits of those who made the work endure. The road that led from a distant village to the construction camp wound gently through fields and low hills, and the people who walked it kept a calm, steady pace, carrying bundles and baskets in hands and on narrow backs, their steps matching the measured beat of simple work songs that rose and fell like the wind. They came in groups, some in silence, some speaking in low voices, and the first light of morning found them at gates made of rough timber, where sentries nodded and recorded names in slow, careful script. There they received their allotments, simple tools wrapped in cloth, lengths of rope, hunks of cloth for padding, and small tokens that marked the brief time they had been given to serve. The movement from lane to camp unfolded without haste, an orderly procession that braided into daily life, and as each person reached the edge of the workyard, they understood where their hands would go and when their head would rest. Once inside the ring of temporary buildings, the camps themselves lay out like soft islands in a plain, rows of low tents and lean-tos, shelters patched and repatched as seasons passed, with earth floors swept clean each morning and poles lashed at the corners to steady them against wind. Each shelter held a few belongings: a blanket, a wooden bowl, a knife wrapped in oilcloth, and personal tokens tucked deep in bundles to keep them safe. The arrangement of the shelters was calm and purposeful. Small courtyards between them where pots could be washed and tobacco pipes could be set down. In that quiet geometry, pathways were kept clear and small fires were kept modest, always tended to avoid sparks that might worry the other dwellings. Work assignments arrived like a tide, gentle at first and then steady, carried in low voices by overseers who walked the camp with a measured stride, calling names and handing out tasks as if moving pieces in a slow, careful game. Men and women who had been called from nearby fields learned the rhythm of specific jobs, some assigned to carry baskets of earth along narrow paths, others to shape clay and tamp it into wooden frames. and a few to travel to cut stone, where the ridgeline rose in stony seams. The work itself was framed into manageable spans, hours punctuated by brief rests, because those who managed the labor knew that steady effort kept muscles whole and spirits quiet, and so the day unfolded as a sequence of simple motions. Before dawn, when the air was cool and soft, those who tended the animals moved quietly to the pendants, guiding mules and oxen from shelter to field, where the beasts would be harnessed to simple sledges and hand carts. They moved with practiced hands, steadying hooves, checking harnesses for chafes, soothing nervy animals with low words. The animals were part of the household of the worksite, not owned by one person alone, and they received modest rations in the morning to keep strength through the day. When the sun rose, the first loads were set upon simple frames, and men and women fell into a slow, regular march along cleared roads, carrying earth and stone to the places where the wall was steadily rising. At the workface, the ground smelled of dust, warmed by the sun, and of damp earth when the shovels struck new soil, and hands moved in practiced patterns, scooping, leveling, and tamping. Groups worked in close, calm lines, one family of motion linked to the next, packers tamping earth, while another smoothed faces with wooden tools. Conversations were low, almost like a second rhythm beneath the clink of metal and the thud of weight on wood. Skilled craftsmen moved among them with quieter steps, measuring, aligning, and offering small corrections in patient tones, their knowledge passed down through gestures as much as words. And so, the structure rose in a long, unhurried march. Food was simple and shared, distributed at the same time each day, from large cauldrons set over controlled fires, the steam rising and mingling with the cool air like a gentle promise. Rice or millet, thin soups thickened with bits of vegetable or a bit of preserved meat, and sometimes beans and chopped greens made an even, filling meal that was handed out with even hands. Portions were measured and given with calm fairness, recorded in ledgers by slow hands, because everyone depended on predictable sustenance for steady work. There was an orderly queue, a quiet exchange of bowls, a moment in which hands warmed and faces were washed at a trough before the next set of tasks began. Shelter evolved with necessity, not extravagance. Men and women crafted frames from saplings and covered them with woven mats and hides when they could, reinforcing with earth where wind bit sharp. Carpentry was modest but skilled, with pegs and lashings placed with a craftsman's eye to hold. The inside of a larger tent held a shared hearth surrounded by stones, a tidy place for kettles and for drying small bundles of herbs. Sleeping quarters were compact, and people took turns tending the center fire and folding blankets. In the chill of early mornings, a cooper or a potter might wake first to stoke a small stove, making a thin tea that spread warmth between the shoulders before the day's work resumed. The rhythm of the day was punctuated by calls issued in low, even tones, a bell or a wooden clapper signaling the end of one task and the beginning of another. And those cues were followed with quiet reliability. Work intervals were often planned around the body's needs. Longers in the morning light when the sun was kind, and shorter in the heat of mid-afternoon to preserve strength. Those with experience learned to pace their effort, to breathe with the motion of the tools, so that strain became a long, sustainable motion rather than a sudden force. Rest breaks were small congregations, people sitting in the shade, mending straps, smoothing blisters with oil, and exchanging news in low, measured voices. Among the laborers were soldiers who wore minimal armor and moved with the same steady motions as the civilians, their tasks blending building and guarding with no sharp line between them. They carried tools and baskets like others, and when the day's primary tasks were done, they relieved one another at sentry posts, standing with relaxed posture on the walls that were already partly formed. Their presence was quiet and habitual, a continuous watch that steadied the camp like an anchor. The routines of guarding, slow patrols, brief inspections, and the pacing that kept senses alert wove steadily with construction, each action a small piece of a much longer, gentle pattern. Skilled masons and brickmakers had different cadences. They rose early to check the moisture of clay and the bake of kilns, turning bricks with care, stacking them in orderly piles to cure in mild breezes before they were slated into place. Their hands bore the marks of long practice, and their eyes moved along lines that others might not notice, checking for subtle deviations in level and symmetry. They worked with rulers and strings, and with small wooden templates that ensured uniformity. In the evening, they compared notes, slightly stooped over plans drawn in ash on wooden boards, nodding to measurements, and agreeing on the next day's small corrections. And so, their careful craft fed the larger rise of structure with quiet certainty. Tools were modest and reliable, worn smooth by use and known by touch, and they were the constant companions of every laborer. Wooden mallets, short-handled shovels, and broad spatulas were repaired more often than they were replaced, and a small tent served as a workshop where men and women sat together, binding new handles with strips of leather, sharpening blades over smooth stones, and oiling the joints of carts so they rolled more gently. The care of tools became a ritual, a way to extend usefulness and to share knowledge, and the repeated motions of repair were themselves restful, a soft counterpoint to heavier labor. The camps maintained a small clinic fashioned from a covered shelter where a healer with modest tools and a calm voice tended bumps and splinters, bandaging hands and treating strains with compresses of boiled herbs. The treatment was simple, hands applying cooling poultices, fingers pressing gently to relieve stiffness, and soothing words spoken slowly. For more serious injuries, there were places where soldiers could be escorted to a larger facility further along the line. But for the daily aches, the healer's tent offered steady remedies. The presence of that quiet care, administered without rush, allowed people to return to their rhythms with reassurance and the slow mending of body and spirit. Children sometimes moved through the camp in the late afternoon, small figures trailing after adults, carrying light bundles or helping to sweep paths. Their tasks were carefully chosen to be safe and useful, bringing water from nearby wells, fetching pieces of kindling, or holding small tools while adults worked. In the gentleness of those brief errands, they learned the rhythms of the place, the names of tools, and the cadence of the work songs. Evenings offered modest games in the clearings, simple contests of balance and quiet laughter that had a measured tone like a soft echo of the larger labor that continued beyond them. Seasons shaped the routine with a patient hand. The cold months bringing thick wraps and longer nights, the heat of summer calling for earlier mornings and slower movement at midday. And in each shift, the camp adapted with small, sensible adjustments. Workers changed the hours they kept, rotating shifts so that the burden was shared and so that effort remained steady through the year. Shelters were layered against drafts in winter and opened for airflow in summer. Food was adjusted as well, with preserved supplies, used more in the lean months, and fresher greens added when they were available. The slow pulse of season guided each day like a soft, invisible hand. Conscripted labor carried with it customs that honored those who served, small acknowledgments carefully recorded and quietly observed. Names were kept in ledgers, and small certificates might be issued to mark completion of a term, tokens that could later be exchanged for modest benefits or favors. These were not grand ceremonies, but rather low, dignified rites, quiet confirmations that one had done what was required and could return to other life with a gentle recognition. In that low-key way, obligations were made bearable, and the cycle of service included a sense of completion that fit with the overall calm of work. Meals in the evenings were softer, the day's exertion drawing people together around small fires where they added common-sense seasonings and sometimes a slice of dried meat to their porridge. The slow rhythm of eating encouraged conversation of a gentle sort, practical matters and small domestic news shared in steady tones. At times, a storyteller would speak in a soft voice about distant places or older customs, and everyone listened without urgency, letting the story thread through their rest. Those moments were quiet gatherings, brief islands of domestic ease within the persistent pattern of labor. Rest was carefully arranged in shifts so that those on guard duty could sleep and those who had worked could attend to small repairs. And this rotation created a gentle continuity where the camp never fully emptied of care. A man who had labored with a hammer might sit by the fire while another mended a cloth or stitched a pair of gloves, the hands moving in tandem with the slow conversation of stitches and flat, repeating motions. Evening chores were measured and shared, and no single person carried disproportionate load. The fairness of that sharing soothed spirits and made the repeated tasks less burdensome, allowing the wider enterprise to continue with a calm, collective effort. When weather was harsh, the pace changed, not out of frenzy, but by quiet necessity, and men and women tightened their routines to conserve energy and maintain shelter. Workdays were shortened, and more time was given to repair. In wind and rain, activities shifted to indoor tasks, making tools, mending clothing, drying herbs, and sharpening blades. Fires were banked high enough to bake bread or to warm metal implements, and the imperatives of survival led to a communal focus on small, methodical tasks that kept the camp whole and allowed labor to resume when the weather eased. There were small, informal hierarchies, but they moved like gentle currents rather than sharp eddies, based on skill, experience, and the steady trust that grows between people who share work. A mason who had turned a perfect curve would be asked for advice and given a small measure of deference, while an older woman adept at mending would be sought out for guidance on fabric repair. These informal roles were acknowledged with quiet gestures, a nod, a handed tool, a shared cup of tea, and their effect was to smooth the path of cooperation rather than to divide it. Supply convoys arrived with the same soft predictability as tides, carts loaded with grain and salt, and bundles of wood rolling in along cleared roads. The drivers greeting the camp with measured words and passing on crates and lists. Unpacking was calm and methodical, with crisp ledgers kept by scribes in slow, even handwriting, and with rations divided according to careful measures. The arrival of these supplies was never a moment of high excitement, but rather a regular part of the camp's life, a practical event that eased the immediate concerns of those who labored and allowed them to continue their steady work. There were rituals of cleanliness that soothed the senses, small daily acts that made the camp livable, like sweeping compound paths, washing bowls in running water, and airing mats in the sun. Clothes were scrubbed and hung on lines between poles, and bedding was turned and fluffed with hands that moved in practiced, quiet motions. Keeping things clean gave people a sense of order and control in an otherwise demanding environment, and those small rituals became part of the comfort that allowed restful sleep at night. Weather forecasts were made in modest ways, by reading the sky and the wind, and by the knowledge of elders who had watched many seasons. And these forecasts shaped the week's work with calm foresight. When clouds gathered low, it was time to cover exposed materials and to finish certain tasks. When clear skies prevailed, longer outdoor work proceeded. The shared knowledge of how to read a coming shower or a shift in wind was passed from hand to hand with low, patient words, and it guided the allocation of labor with the same steady certainty that all other rhythms carried. Among the craftsmen, there was a gentle pride in the small, precise elements of their work, in the way a stone might fit snugly against its neighbor, or in the evenness of a brick course, and that pride was quiet, not loud. When a piece fit without gap, there was a small smile, and perhaps a brief exchange of acknowledgement. Those moments of quiet satisfaction were cumulative, and workers carried them inwardly like pockets of calm that helped them persist through the long days. Craftsmanship was its own reward, plain and steady, and it threaded the labor with a patient sense of purpose. Night patrols moved slowly along the rising walls, the footfalls deliberate, paced, and always mindful of measured breathing. Sentinels walked the parapet with a soft, steady pace, checking foundations, looking at the silhouette of the land, and listening to the night sounds. They carried small lanterns that cast warm, modest circles of light, and when they paused, they scanned the horizon with practiced eyes. Their work was quiet vigilance rather than sharp alertness, a sober continuity that kept the line of construction safe through the long hours when others slept. Letters and small remembrances from home traveled through the network of supply and messenger, folded into small parcels that were opened slowly in the privacy of a tent, read with gentle focus, and then kept tucked away in a bundle that served as a link to life beyond the camp. The words inside were often brief, but full of grounding detail. A note about a sewing, a child's first steps, a neighbor's health. Those messages were not dramatic in tone, but they offered a steady warmth, a reminder of continuity outside the building, and they softened the edges of labor with domestic reassurance. Exchange and barter kept small economies moving within the camp. A woman trading jarred pickles for a small length of cloth, a mason swapping a sharpened chisel for a morning share of warm soup, and the value of items remained practical and quietly agreed upon. These small trades were made in low voices, with polite bows and they helped to distribute comforts where official rations might not reach. The practice of barter encouraged reciprocity and solidarity, reinforcing the idea that everyone's work interlaced with another's in a communal web. Music and song threaded through the daily fabric in soft ways, not loud performances, but gentle refrains that kept pace with certain labors: shoveling, hauling, tamping, and laying bricks. These melodies were simple and repetitive, designed to sustain rhythm rather than to excite, and they were passed along by example rather than formal training. A younger worker would pick up a line and hum it as he moved, and gradually it became part of the collective cadence. The tunes helped coordinate labor and eased fatigue, and the shared familiarity of a song offered subtle comfort. When supplies were scarce, small adjustments were made with quiet ingenuity rather than complaint, and people devised ways to stretch rations and materials with practical care. Grains were mixed with roots, cloth was repurposed into patches, and empty sacks became insulation. The act of making do was not framed as hardship, but rather as a steady practice of stewardship. Those who had skill at weaving or mending were called upon, and their mindful hands turned scarcity into workable solutions, keeping the camp functioning with a calm resourcefulness. The work of recording and accounting was done in a small shelter where a scribe sat with ink and brush, marking names and measures in tidy columns, his hand steady and patient. The records were not long narratives, but simple lists that ensured fair distribution and made future planning possible. These records were consulted quietly, cross-checked, and used to allocate tasks in the next day's cycle. The presence of such careful bookkeeping promoted fairness and trust, a subtle reassurance that everyone's efforts were seen and noted. When people became ill, the community moved into a low, supportive rhythm, neighbors bringing warm broth and checking in with small, practical assistance, and the healer adjusting poultices or prescribing rest. Illness was treated with attention rather than alarm, and the collective care made recovery part of the camp's ongoing pattern. The sense that someone would attend in modest ways eased anxieties, and the shared responsibility for healing knitted people together in a gentle, practical solidarity. Long-term skills were passed quietly from elder to younger, not through formal lessons, but by sitting together at the edge of work and learning through observation. A young mason might stand beside an older hand and watch the way a mallet was held, how the wrist moved, how the eye measured a slight variance. Over time, those motions were repeated until they became second nature. In this way, knowledge flowed steadily, ensuring continuity of technique and preserving the careful crafts that underpinned the whole enterprise. Small personal rituals provided comfort, like washing a face in cool stream water before sleep, arranging a few keepsakes within reach, or tracing a pattern on a wooden bowl with a thumb. These small acts were private and quiet, yet they were shared in the sense that everyone understood them and respected them. Such rituals helped to mark the passage of days and offered moments of inner calm that balanced the external demands of labor. There were quiet systems for resolving disputes, small councils where older or more respected figures listened with calm patience and offered measured guidance. These gatherings were not formal courts, but rather spaces where grievances were aired in low voices and practical settlements were found. The goal was restoration of peace rather than punishment, and the decisions were implemented gently with an emphasis on repairing relations and keeping the daily work untroubled by lingering friction. The slow progression of construction allowed time for reflection, for noticing small shifts in the land and in the labor itself, and for making minor adjustments without haste. Supervisors walked the length of work each day, their eyes tracing the grain of the new masonry, and they offered small directions in the quiet tones. Those directions were received and enacted with a calm obedience, born of shared purpose and mutual respect. The work moved forward like a long, unbroken breath. Children's laughter at dusk often drifted across the camp like a soft breeze, and that sound tempered the harsher edges of the day with simplicity and ease. The little ones learned the contours of the place by watching and by imitation, picking up stones and stacking them in the tiny walls until they fell and were rebuilt again, learning by play the same patient persistence that guided adults' efforts. Those small sounds kept the camp human and gentle, a reminder of life beyond the day's practicalities. Even within the routine of days, there were small improvements that workers took pride in, like smoothing a stair to a more even step or easing a passageway so that carts rolled more freely. These changes were not urgent, but they were meaningful, making daily life slightly easier for everyone. And the acknowledgement of such improvements came in low, sincere thanks. The accumulation of these small refinements produced a cumulative comfort that brightened the repetitive work. Rest periods during the heat of the day encouraged gentle activities. Some men sat under shade, repairing nets or carving spoons. Women braided straps and checked stitches, and a few laid out herbs to dry in sunlight. These quiet tasks were calming, and the repetitive motions of hands offered a meditative pause amidst the longer arc of labor. The gentle sound of trimming and smoothing filled the air as a soft background, and the slow passage of time felt companionable. Frayed ropes and worn slings were mended in steady hands, knots retied in patterns learned over years, and the act of repairing became an unhurried meditation. The mending tent was a hub of quiet industry, with people sharing techniques and small laughs, and the object of repair would return to service with a renewed life. The rhythm of fixing and reusing was part of a broader ethic of care that kept the whole endeavor sustainable. When a new group arrived at the camp, there was a simple protocol that welcomed them with measured warmth. Names were checked, provisions allocated, and small orientations given in calm tones. The newcomers were shown where to sleep, where to fetch water, and where to lay tools. This welcoming was a functional and kindly, and it allowed people to settle quickly into the ongoing cadence of life. The continuity of that routine eased any dislocation and folded new arrivals gently into the long, steady pattern of work. The craftsmen kept subtle records of their work in simple marks on beams or stones, small notches or painted dots that indicated measurements or the sequence of tasks, and these marks were read and understood by others who came later. This tacit notation was a quiet language of continuity, a way to remember the precise geometry of a particular course of masonry or the angle at which a beam should be set. The marks were discreet and unadorned, and they linked hands and minds across time without fuss. Careful scheduling made the most of daylight and weather, with certain tasks reserved for particular hours or seasons to ensure the best results, and the calendar itself was practical and modest. In colder months, some processes were slowed or adapted. In warmer stretches, others were accelerated to make use of dry air. The scheduling was a part of everyday rhythm, predictable and understood, and it allowed the work to proceed in harmony with nature rather than in opposition to it. On market days, small stalls would appear at the edge of camp where traders sold modest wares, cloth, tools, spices, and often fresh fruit that brightened the mean diet for a day. These visits were calm and efficient, with barters made in measured voices and with polite bows. The market offered variety and a slight change in pace, and people moved through it with slow enjoyment, selecting small treats that would be rationed over the following days. Personal letters and small objects from distant homes were treasured in the quiet of night, opened and reread with deliberate slowness, each sentence swallowed like a gentle taste. They were reminders of continuity, of relationships that extended beyond the immediate demands of labor, and their presence allowed individuals to maintain an inner life alongside the external routine. The reading was private, often done by candlelight, and it soothed the spirit in a way that made returning to work feel natural and whole. Tools and wagons were inspected at the close of each day, wheels checked for looseness, axe heads secured, and ropes checked for fraying, and this ritual of inspection prevented accidents and kept life predictable. The evening check was calm and methodical, with hands moving over surfaces in a practiced survey, and the simplicity of the act provided reassurance. Knowing that implements were sound allowed workers to sleep more easily, trusting that the next day's labor would be supported by well-maintained equipment. Simple memorials honored those whose service had ended, not with grand monuments, but with small stones placed at the edge of a common path, or with a bowl set down where a favorite tree stood, and people paused briefly to remember in quiet solitude. These acts were private, personal acknowledgments that threaded grief and gratitude into the broader tapestry of daily life. They were gentle reminders that each person's labor was part of a larger human story, and the remembrance was modest and steady. In the early hush before dawn, the camp often felt like a held breath, a collective pause before the day unfolded, and in that silence, people gathered their thoughts and prepared their bodies for the modest labors ahead. Some smoothed out bedding, others drew water, and a few sat quietly, their hands folded while the sky lightened. The shared sense of anticipation was calm and untroubled, and it eased into the familiar motions as tools were taken up and the day began again. A low, square tower stands on the ridge, its stone face softened by moss and the slow passage of seasons. And as you come closer, you notice the narrow doorway that opens into a dim, cool room where the air smells faintly of smoke and warm earth. And inside, a short wooden ladder leans against the wall leading to a small loft where a single cot and a folded blanket rest in the hush of the room. From that loft, a slit in the thick wall frames the long sweep of the landscape, a narrow eye carved to catch distant movement and to hold the exact arc of horizon needed to speak to the next tower. And the watcher who sits beside the slit keeps a soft, steady gaze, letting the slow turning of light and shadow mark the passing of hours. Beneath the loft, a simple hearth is tucked into the corner, stones blackened by many small fires, and beside it, a stack of clay pots and metal kettles waits, arranged by size and use so that boiling water and warming soup are always within reach between watches. A shallow wooden chest holds spare cordage, a few leather pouches of dried herbs, and a small roll of curt, clearly folded documents that list signal patterns and the names of neighboring stations. Their ink faded but legible when unfolded on the wooden table, and this table bears the steady scratches of long hands used to map lines of sight and to copy simple charts by candle. When the sun lowers, a tidy pile of dry kindling is moved to the hearth, and a watchman prepares a slender, smokeless flame to keep the room warm through the night, while above, a wider platform is readied for an open fire that will speak outward across the hills when called upon. And the preparations are quiet, practiced movements that have been learned and passed on with gentle repetition. Outside, the tower's parapet offers a low wall, pierced by small openings that both shelter the watcher and frame the view. And leaning on that parapet, there is a low bench where a pair of binoculars and a folded flag rest, tools that sit patiently until the moment they are required to be lifted into the air. Beyond the parapet, the ridgeline dips and rises to the next tower, and from that distance, a single column of smoke rising in midday is visible, a thin, white thread against rolling green and blue, and it carries a clear meaning along the line, a calm, measured signal that will be read and answered in turn. The arrangement of towers follows the sweep of sight and not the flow of roads, each placed where the next can be seen. They perch on summits, on shoulders of hills, on sharp crags that catch the line of view, and their spacing is a quiet choreography of distance measured by eye and by practice rather than by fixed numbers. Each tower has a small storeroom where fuel for signaling is kept, bundles of dried brush tied in coarse rope, sacks of charcoal, and a handful of tarred rags wrapped in oilcloth, all placed to be sheltered from damp and to be quickly reached when the time comes to make a fire that will rise clean and steady above the battlements. When flags are to be used, a narrow rack holds poles of varying lengths and flags of differing shapes and colors, folded flat and labeled in a simple hand so that a signal may be assembled without hesitation. Slow, deliberate motion that becomes calm under the practiced fingers of a watcher who knows the code by heart. The code itself is not ornate. It is a pattern of small, repeatable gestures, the raising of a single square to mean one message, the hoisting of two pennants to specify direction, and the swinging of a broad banner to draw attention, each sign laid out on the weathered paper and learned through steady repetition until recognition comes soft and immediate. At night, the language changes but preserves the same clarity. Hearth fires are dimmed, small lanterns are stowed away, and on the open platform, a brazier is readied, its iron bowl polished and its base swept free of loose debris, while a reserve of dry, resinous sticks is kept nearby to ensure a bright, long-lasting flame. Care is taken to build signal fires upon stone slabs or on raised metal grates, a practice that protects the tower's coping and channels heat upward. And in still air, a steady flame burns like a calm beacon, a warm, measured presence against the dark, seen and understood by those attentive on distant summits. The watchers keep careful watches in cycles that move like a slow wheel. One sits to look, another prepares meals, and a third maintains the equipment, each role shifting at the gentle mark of a bell or the soft touch on a shoulder, and the rotation keeps minds alert without strain through the long hours. Training for those roles begins with small, deliberate tasks: to recognize the color and shape of far flag, to time the length of a smoked plume, to steady a hand on a torch, and to read the faintest flicker on the horizon. Practices repeated until the body knows how to respond with quiet precision. Between towers, narrow paths wind down into sheltered gullies and up again along faint, cairned trails that allow riders and messengers to move with measured speed when needed. And these kept routes are as much a part of the system as the towers themselves, worn soft by the hooves of pack horses and the steady tread of boots. When a message goes forward, it moves as a calm relay. A flag lifts, a watcher notes its pattern, a fire is built, and then a rider waits until the signal is complete and mounts with a small pack. The rider follows the beaten path to the next tower where another set of hands will answer, and through this hand-to-hand movement, the message travels smoothly across miles. In the watchroom, a ledger sits open on the table, pages turned in a slow rhythm each dawn and dusk, and the log records the signals sent and received, the names of those on duty, and the small notations about weather and visibility that help future watchers understand the conditions that shaped a particular watch. These ledgers are simple, precise records, lists written in a steady hand, and they are consulted not with urgency, but with the calm of people who know their task is continuous, that every small entry folds into a longer chain of care and memory. At certain watchtowers, there is a small chamber for messengers, a place with a bench and 2 stools where fresh bread and salted meat may be set out, wrapped in paper, and a goatskin of water left to keep lips soft during a long run. Comforts arranged in a way that preserves energy and keeps the relay unbroken. The towers are planned to be resilient. Duplicate signal methods are kept ready in case one fails, so smoke and fire are joined by flags and drums, and sometimes by a polished mirror held to catch the sun and send a bright flash that can be read as a clear, brief message. In perfect daylight, drums are kept in a small niche, their skins tuned carefully with a calm, deliberate pull, and when used, they beat in measured patterns, not wild rhythms, each beat spaced to be read across the long hush of valleys and to be repeated at the next drum until the cadence becomes a clear, steady sentence. Ropes and pulleys are threaded through small openings in the tower walls, so signals can be raised and lowered without exposing the watcher fully to the wind, and a narrow hatch opens on the roof to allow smoke to rise cleanly. The hatch fitted with a sliding stone that controls the draft and makes the flame burn with consistent strength. On rainy days, extra coverings are brought out to shelter signal equipment, and small tin or wooden boxes protect the flags and papers from damp, their lids sealed with wax so that important patterns remain legible when needed. And the watcher moves through these tasks with the slow care of someone tending a long trust. The face of each tower is marked with a simple stone plaque near the door, a number or a name carved shallowly to be read by travelers and by those who move along the line, and those marks are brushed and touched by hands that prefer clear, quiet order to any clutter. Inside a watchtower, a small shelf holds a collection of simple tools: a hammer, a set of iron nails, a sharpening stone for knives, and a coil of rawhide cord. These are used for mending torn flags, fixing a loose shutter, or resetting a bolt. Repairs made with the steady movements of hands that know the form of each tool. Access to the roof is by a narrow spiral of wooden steps in some towers, and by a straight ladder in others, and each ascent is accompanied by the soft creak of timber and by the cool touch of wind at the top, the steps providing a gentle cadence to the body as it moves toward the wide, open air. From that open air, the watcher measures the world in slow, patient breaths, the eyes following the far line where earth meets sky, and in the small notebook kept under the hearth, he notes the distance of visible markers, the color of smoke, and the timing of signals, all recorded in neat, quiet script. Maintenance of these towers is a slow labor that returns like a tide. Stones are reset when frost loosens them, mortar is packed anew with small trowels, and cracked tiles are replaced and fitted by hands that move deliberately to make each seem tight and weatherproof against wind and rain. When storms come, protective measures are taken with calm swiftness. Shutters are closed and fastened, loose objects are stowed below, and the brazier is sheltered with a metal cover to prevent sparks from flying onto the roof. Precautions that preserve both the tower and the quiet rhythm of its signals. The space between towers often shelters small gardens in sheltered nooks, rows of hardy herbs and roots that the watchers tend slowly to supplement their rations. And these green patches soften the stone and provide a quiet work of planting and tending that keeps time in a different, gentler way. Beacons themselves are made to burn clean and bright. Pits lined with clay hold charcoal and resin, and in careful layers the fuel is arranged, so smoke rises in a clear, uniform column rather than a scattered plume. Knowledge passed down in simple lists and practiced each season. Firekeepers know the qualities of different woods. Pine gives quick flame and bright resinous smoke, while willow burns steady and slow, and a prudent mix is stored to allow for signals that must be both immediate and sustained. Choices made with calm intention and quiet foresight. At twilight, the exchange between towers takes on a softer tone. Lanterns are lit inside to keep hands nimble, but the brazier is given priority. The flame built so the edge of dark will find an answering light on the next peak, and watchers listen for the far, muffled echo of a drum or the faint brushing of a flag in the wind. Signal patterns vary by season. In foggy months, there is reliance on sound, a bell rung in fixed rhythm, or a conch blown into the thin air, while in clear months, visual codes of smoke and fire move unhindered along the line. Choices adjusted slowly as weather dictates. A small chest of spare candles and wax is kept for use when visibility demands small, controlled lights. And though they are less visible at long distance, they serve as precise markers for close-range communication between towers placed near passes and fortresses. The training of a new watcher is gentle and patient. He learns to steady his breath and to hold his gaze, to trace the arc of a banner, and to count the small differences in smoke. A curriculum of small attentions practiced alongside an older hand who guides the rhythm of learning without haste. When a signal arrives, the reaction is deliberate. Note the pattern, consult the ledger, assemble the necessary equipment, and answer in kind a sequence carried out with the calm efficiency of a practiced craft and with an understanding that clarity is the quiet priority of communication. Occasionally, a message requires a written reply, and then a courier is prepared, a horse readied, a water skin filled and sealed, and the rider mounts with purposeful grace to travel the measured path to the next tower, his pace steady, his footing sure upon the slopes. Stores of spare fuel and provisions are replenished on a set schedule, small convoys moving along the paths between towers like a slow pulse, pack horses carrying sacks of grain and bundles of firewood that will be distributed and stacked with quiet, methodical hands. The towers also serve as small archives of local knowledge. Charts are kept of the horizon, sketches noting new markers, like a lone tree or a distinctive rock, observations of the weather and of migrating birds that help watchers identify long-distance movements without haste. Birds themselves often serve as subtle cues. Watchers note their flight paths as gentle signals of wind and weather, a flock moving low and fast, a sign of pressure change, and these natural hints are folded into the steady judgment that informs whether a signal will burn clear or be swallowed by mist. Each tower rests on the thoughtfulness of those who maintain it. Small rituals of cleaning and arranging are performed each morning, sweeping the hearth, wiping the table, oiling hinges, acts that keep the space orderly and the mind calm, habits that shape the rhythm of the watch. Nonverbal manners of communication develop among watchers. A slow tilt of the flagpole, a few measured beats on a drum, a particular arrangement of white cloth to indicate supply needs. These shared gestures form a quiet language that moves without words along the line. At supply exchanges, men meet with measured cordiality, hands passing sacks of grain and small remainders of salt, and brief notes are shared about the condition of paths and the health of the animals, practical matters discussed in calm tones and folded into the ledger for others to read. The architecture of beacon towers is patient in its economy. Platforms are broad enough for a few men to work, parapets low enough to shelter, and high enough to give a clear view, and chimneys fitted to lift smoke while the roof remains stable against wind. Details refined through quiet experience. When repairs are needed on the open platform, simple scaffolding is erected from sturdy timber, planks set firm, and ropes fixed to hold tools in place, and a small team works slowly to replace worn stones or to tighten iron fittings before the next season of signaling begins. The system of relay is designed to be forgiving. If one tower is obscured, the next can send a clarifying signal, and if weather blocks sight entirely, riders carry messages between accessible points, layers of redundancy that create a calm assurance rather than sudden contingency. Occasionally, a tower keeps a small guest room for traveling messengers from distant stations, a modest space with a pallet and a basin where the guest rests and trades news in a quiet exchange that is both practical and human, a soft pause in a long chain of motion. Maps kept in each tower are simple but essential, folded charts that show the line of towers like a gentle braid across the land, the hand-drawn marks softened by many touchings, and notes made in the margins about visibility and the best viewing points for particular seasons. Light and shadow shape the work of signaling as much as the wind. Watchers learn the subtle difference between a smoke that widens and one that climbs straight, and they time their fires and their flags to take advantage of calm mornings and cool evenings when visibility is most stable. Sometimes a child of a watcher grows attentive to the tower, learning its rhythms by following routine chores, and in small ways, the knowledge flows between generations as a quiet continuity. The younger hands learning to fold a flag or to stoke a brazier with steady care. At dawn, a ritual gesture is made. The log is opened, the previous night's entries read aloud in a low voice, and any anomalies are noted and passed along with a calm voice so that others may be aware. The small practice ensuring that the line of watch is continuous in both record and action. The watchers maintain a small garden of pressed herbs and papers where dried samples are kept as indicators of seasonal change, a tactile archive that helps them remember the feel of seasons and the kinds of fuel best used at different times of year, details noticed slowly and carefully. In winter, greater stores of fuel are laid up, and pathways are marked with tall poles to guide riders when the snow softens the edges of the trail. Measures taken with quiet foresight so that the line of sight and the line of travel remain functional through cold months. Sometimes a tower becomes a place of patient observation, where an attentive eye traces the slow passage of a cloud front or the migration of cranes. And these long looks at the world beyond the wall fold into the watcher's sense of place and sharpen the calm skill of reading distant signs. When new watchers join, they are taught the small discipline of restraint. Signals must be clear and necessary, fires kept small until needed, and drums beaten only to convey information, habits that preserve the quiet economy of the line and the steady trust between towers. The keeper of signals often speaks in short, measured phrases to those who pass through, giving instructions with gentle repetition and showing with patient gestures how a flag should be hoisted or how the brazier must be fed, a calm instruction that becomes part of daily life. Occasionally, a watchtower becomes a point of repair for small arms or tools. A bench holds a few simple files, and a whetstone where a blade is made keen again, not in haste, but with careful strokes that reflect a mindful rhythm shared by the hands that work there. The slow cycle of provisioning, signaling, and mending keeps the line of towers alive like a slow heartbeat along the ridge, a steady presence that maps itself across the land through small acts repeated with careful attention and unhurried skill. As light shifts across the ridgeline, the watchers adapt without rush, adjusting their fires, retying a flag, closing a shutter against a sudden gust. Actions moved by the simple logic of care and by the steady understanding that this place is maintained by patient, steady hands. Between towers, silent cairns and small markers note the path and provide reassurance to those who travel the line at odd hours, and the watchers pass these marks with a gentle nod in greeting, an exchange that requires no words but sustains a sense of shared purpose. A watchtower's soundscape is gentle, the low clinking of metal, the careful creak of a ladder, a soft bell rung at appointed moments, and the muted footfalls of those who move about with slow efficiency, all combining into a steady, calming rhythm that carries through the day. When the wind presses from a new direction, watchers adjust their signal stacks, leaning the lightest pieces to catch the draft and sheltering the brazier from cross gusts. Small rearrangements made with quiet grace that keep the communication clear and the structure sound. Training manuals kept in small leather-bound volumes are used sparingly but reverently. Pages marked and noted, their diagrams simple lines showing how to stack fuel and how to fold a flag so that even under an anxious sky, the gestures remain calm and exact. The watchers take pleasure in small, domestic tasks between duties. They repair a frayed robe, mend a hem, and take a moment to set a bowl of rice to soak. Little practices that anchor the day in material care and keep the body prepared for the next quiet relay of signals. A slow silence often falls at midday when the sun is high and visibility is crisp. Watchers take this time for careful chores and for rest, and in that pause, the towers stand like patient sentinels, their platforms empty but ready, the gear laid out and the log open to receive the next entry. The life of each tower is woven into the life of its neighbor, not through drama, but through the steady sharing of duty, of fuel, and of knowledge. And this slow interchange binds the line into a continuous practice of watching and of answering, a calm network of attention that moves gently along the ridge. At first light, the garrison moves with the measured ease of long habit, small sounds washing over stone and earth as men exchange simple words and gestures while preparing for the day. The first sentries adjust their cloaks, feeling the cool air settle against their shoulders, and their footsteps are slow as they take up their places at embrasures and gateways. There is a quiet order to the unfolding, a sequence known and repeated, where one motion leads to another without haste. Bowls are passed, water is dipped and warmed, and the shuffle of boots on packed earth marks the beginning of a long, steady rhythm that will hold through hours and seasons. Those who finish their watch slide gently out of the sentinel's shadow and breathe, their shoulders softening as they hand over keep and keys. In these moments, the garrison is a single body moving through ritual, each part attentive to its neighbor so that no gap interrupts the line. As noon approaches, patrols form with the same calm deliberation, small groups threading along the wall and down beaten paths to inspect gates and parapets. They walk at even pace, speaking in low voices with attention to the landscape, the placement of stones, the state of parapet tiles, and the cleanliness of drains and gutters. Their eyes skim the horizon and the closer inclines with equal care, noting the sweep of tracks, the neatness of fields beyond, and the slow movement of nomads or traders where they appear. Each patrol carries a simple inventory, a length of cord for marking, a hammer or chisel, a notebook for brief records, and a map folded thin. They move to touch, to see, to feel the wall's readiness, and their hands on the masonry are practiced, almost affectionate, as they test mortar and listen to the quiet responses of the stones. Guard rotations are measured and predictable, a soft choreography of change, where one watch slides into another with no suddenness, no display. The bell or drum that marks the hour is struck with a gentle hand, its sound spreading low and warm across posts and courtyards, waking those in deep sleep and signaling the relieving of one duty for another. Men who have spent the previous hours awake breathe out as they step away, their faces smoothed by the knowledge of a coming rest, and those taking their place tighten cloaks and steady their stance. Rotation logs are kept on small wooden slips, the names and times carved or inked in tidy script, and placed into boxes that travel with messengers to central record rooms. The routine of shift change is the garrison's quiet heartbeat, a metronome that keeps order without fanfare. Along the higher ridgelines, mounted patrols move more slowly, horses and mules carrying riders who know each climb and descent by feel rather than sight. These animals are tended with thoughtful hands, groomed in the mornings, and fed with the same careful rationing as the men, their saddles checked and bridles oiled so that travel is steady and sure. Riders pause at waystones and small shrines, adjust their cloaks against wind, and send a soft call back along the ridge that is answered by a distant voice or a flash of a flag. The pace is unhurried because speed is less important than regularity. A message conveyed with accuracy and calm is preferred to haste. When dust rises from distant tracks, the rider notes it, but often there is only the slow turning of seasons, the rhythm of animal breath, and the swish of grass as escort and wall harmonize. Supply convoys are another quiet procession, carts and pack animals moving in the long shadow of the wall with the careful coordination of a practiced lane. Convoys are scheduled to arrive in times known to officers and stewards, and the arrival is a soft ritual of unloading sacks, barrels, and crates, each marked with stamps or seals that speak the origin and intended destination. Men and women assigned to stores count and balance without fuss, passing measures of grain into granaries and oil into jugs, and stacking firewood near kitchens in neat, dry rows. There is the careful exchange of ration lists, the note that a particular smith requires more iron that month, or that a watchtower lower on the slope needs extra fuel. The movement of supplies is methodical, pages checked and rechecked, and the convoy's presence brings a quiet fullness to the camp. Food allocation follows a patient arithmetic, small rations parceled with steady fairness, and occasional extras for craftsmen or animals on hard labor. Mess tables are set simply, wooden bowls and spoons laid in lines, revolving through men who sit together in companionable silence while the stew is ladled out in measured portions. Toward evening, the kitchens send up a soft, warming smell of broth and roasted grains that floats along the wall, calming both hunger and nerves. Bakers and cooks carry out their tasks in slow, practiced motions, kneading dough and tending flames in a way that feels more like meditation than labor. Records of rations are written in clean hand, noting rice and millet, salt and oil, and these lists guide the steady supply chain that prevents want from taking root. Shelter within the garrison is modest and communal, with tents and barrack rooms arranged in regular lines so that warmth accumulates and cold is kept at bay by shared presence. Bunks are stacked, simple personal possessions tucked away in small chests, and each soldier's place is kept tidy as a matter of habit rather than strict command. The quiet of night brings low lamplight and the soft rustle of clothing, and the men who are not on watch mend garments, sharpen tools, or write brief letters that will travel on to distant families. These acts are small and deliberate, an economy of care that keeps life moving without drama. Within the shelters, there is a sense of ordinary domesticity, a slow tending of the self that supports the steadiness of the whole. Training and drills occur in calm, repetitive cycles that strengthen muscle memory and ease of movement more than they cultivate urgency. Men practice the balancing of poles and the fitting of armor with soft precision, repeating sequences until they become the body's quiet instinct. Weapons are not flaunted, but maintained, blades oiled and shafts tested, and the clink of metal on stone during sharpening is a soothing, regular noise. Officers walk among the columns with measured steps, correcting posture with quiet words, offering a small nod for improvement, and ensuring that each man's motions are useful and safe. Drills are brief and precise, designed to preserve readiness and keep the mind calm, so that if movement is ever required, it will be automatic and untroubled. Small bureaucratic systems hum gently beneath the visible routines, papers and ink, moving like slow streams through the garrison's life. Logs of patrols, inventories of supplies, lists of personnel, and records of minor repairs are kept in careful stacks and bound with string. Clerks write in neat script by lamplight, their quills whispering on paper as they note who served where and when, what food was received, and which gate needed a new hinge. Inspectors come and go with soft steps, checking ledgers with a practiced eye and leaving brief notes that guide repair work and adjustment of rations. The paperwork is never burdensome. It is designed to be minimal and helpful, a set of quiet signs that keep the larger body functioning with gentle efficiency. Maps are drawn with patient hands, ink tracing the sweep of the wall, the placement of towers, and the courses of nearby rivers and roads. These maps are held with respect, folded and refolded to fit into small satchels, and consulted often by those who plan patrols and convoys. Cartographers and clerks compare sketches with the wall itself, making small corrections and adding notations about slips in the path, soft ground, or a gate that sticks in wet weather. These records are practical and slow to change, a living archive that guides decisions about maintenance and movement. The maps help everyone know their place along the line, and by doing so, they ease the quiet confidence that steadies every action. Supply chains extend beyond the garrison to nearby villages and markets, where exchange is routine and unobtrusive, artisans trading labor for grain, and villagers bringing fresh produce in neat baskets. The garrison orders essentials and pays with tokens or credit remembered by local vendors, and this familiarity creates networks of mutual dependence that feel secure and ordinary. Traders come with measured loads, unloading at designated squares and moving through the camp in calm steps, their voices low and the bartering gentle. These transactions maintain a slow flow of goods that replenishes the garrison and supports civilian life, and the rhythm of trade forms part of the larger steadiness that defines daily existence along the wall. Convoys and messengers are timed according to seasons, for travel is easier in warm months and slower when snow lies heavy on passes, and the garrison plans well ahead with this soft knowledge. In spring and autumn, when paths dry and river crossings ease, supplies move in fuller lines, and small teams are dispatched to ferry stores up steep slopes with patient care. Winter requires stockpiling and adjusted routines, stores checked and insulated, and the pace becomes more reflective as men focus on preservation. The timing of travel shapes the tempo of life, giving rise to a comfortable predictability, a reassurance that when the land opens, the flow will resume, and when it closes, the community will rely on careful preparation. The chain of command is a gentle column, with officers entrusted with small circles of responsibility who speak in calm, clear language and favor example over force. Orders are given succinctly and repeated softly when needed, and the tone is more one of guidance than of sharp command. Leaders keep walkways open to conversation, listening to the practical observations of sentries and craftsmen, and adjusting schedules with modest changes that ripple outward without shock. This steady leadership cultivates trust so that men feel seen and purposeful, and the overall atmosphere of the garrison remains composed and measured. There is seldom loud reprimand, more often a brief redirection and an assurance that tasks will continue smoothly. Medical care is quiet and practical, a place of warm poultices and steady hands, where minor wounds are cleaned and bound with gentle thoroughness. Healers and assistants maintain a simple store of herbs, bandages, and knowledge passed through generations, and their presence is a comforting constant. They teach men how to avoid strain, how to tend a blister, and how to manage fatigue, offering small remedies and advice that help one return to duty without lingering anxiety. Illness is treated with calm attention, and rest is prescribed with the same seriousness as any drill, for recovery is part of the garrison's continuous readiness. The healing routines are unobtrusive and respectful, a quiet thread in the daily fabric. Record keeping extends to personnel in the form of muster rolls that note names, skills, and rotations. These lists are updated with the same easy care as other records, ensuring that each person's time and place are known. Names are spoken softly in roll calls, not as a display, but as a reaffirmation. Each man is part of a larger pattern and accounted for within it. Leave and rotation are managed so that men can see their families or return to a village for a season, and these absences are scheduled and logged without disruption. The sense of order given by such lists helps the garrison remain balanced, and it allows for gentle adjustments when weather, sickness, or the slow needs of the wall require it. Communication between towers is slow and deliberate, relying on visual signals that travel along ridgelines with patient clarity when weather allows. Smoke in daylight and murmured lanterns at night are used with well-practiced gestures, their sequences read by watchmen trained in a quiet code. This method is less dramatic than a shout and more reliable in the long view. It is a language of shapes and intervals that the garrison reads as if watching a familiar tide. The process requires attention and an unhurried understanding, and the watchmen take it as a contemplative art, aligning their eyes with the sky and the distant stones to maintain a continuous line of awareness. Routine repairs are undertaken in small teams who move with careful tools and measured steps, carrying mortar and chisel, wheelbarrow and plank, and their work is steady and exacting. They follow lists left by clerks, repairing a crack here, replacing a reed thatch there, smoothing an erosion channel, and resetting a loose stone. These tasks are completed with an almost meditative patience, the repetitive motion of trowel and hammer creating a soft cadence that fills the day. Repair work is planned with the weather in mind, prioritizing tasks that will withstand wet seasons, and the teams take pride in the longevity of their repairs, knowing that their labor will quietly sustain the wall's endurance. Small ceremonies mark the passage of duties and the changing of responsibilities with gentle solemnity, modest acts that deepen the sense of continuity without drama. A new watchman may receive a token or a soft nod. A clerk may have a ledger passed into steadier hands, and these transfers are spoken of in calm tones that honor service rather than glorify it. Such moments are like the turning of pages in a book, discreet but part of an ongoing narrative, and they help maintain respect for roles that are crucial to the slow functioning of the whole. The ceremonies are brief, practiced, and soothing, reinforcing bonds and easing transitions. Tending animals is an unhurried cycle of feeding, grooming, and quiet companionship. For horses and mules are both work and comfort to those who rely on them. Stable hands rise early to check coats, clean stalls, and braid manes for protection against the weather, doing small favors that repay the animals in trust. The rhythm of care is calming. The scrape of brush on hide, the measured bite of grain, the soft hush of a hand along a flank. Animals respond with patient acceptance, their steady breathing and warm bodies offering a subtle reassurance that complements the garrison's human steadiness. The relationship between man and beast is one of mutual support that slips easily into the day's flow. Minor disputes and adjustments are handled with measured talk and modest mediation, a preference for quiet fairness that keeps tensions from rising. Officers and elders listen calmly, gathering facts and proposing simple remedies, often turning disagreements into small tasks or shared duties that restore equilibrium. There are no harsh decrees here, only practical solutions and the restoration of routine. And the process of reconciliation is itself a quiet stabilizer. The aim is not punishment, but repair. And the gentle correction, of course, preserves the sense of continuity that the garrison values above all. Seasonal festivals and market days bring a gentle liveliness that is carefully contained and always returns to the steady tempo of duty. Villagers and soldiers share mild celebrations, passing small dishes and trading cloth and tools, and laughter is low and easy. These moments are woven into the calendar, brief respites that are nonetheless aligned with work and obligation, and the joy is modest and communal. After such gatherings, the routine resumes without abruptness, the garrison returning to its patrols and records with renewed calm and familiarity. The sense of shared life deepened, but not unsettled. Supply planning includes contingencies for unexpected delays, small cushions of grain and fuel stored in larders to smooth over the slow interruptions that nature might bring. These reserves are rotated gently so that nothing spoils, and their presence is a quiet assurance rather than a point of anxiety. Planners update lists with calm foresight, noting potential pinch points and adjusting convoy sizes and routes accordingly. The careful stewardship of resources is a daily exercise in restraint and prudence, and it keeps the garrison's pace untroubled by the occasional hiccup of weather or road. Maintenance of weapons and tools is a slow ritual that combines practical skill with a quiet respect for the objects themselves, as if honoring their service by tending them well. Men spend time at benches, oiling hinges, fitting arrows, and mending harness straps, their work steady and unhurried. The small noises of metal and leather fitting together like a soft, constant music. This care extends to communal implements as well. Ropes are coiled, ladders inspected, and repair kits kept complete so that when work is required, it can begin without delay. The ethos underlying these actions is one of attentiveness, a belief that steady care prevents crises and keeps life calm. Inspections are regular and kindly, a way to ensure standards without alarming anyone, and they often resemble helpful visits more than intrusive audits. Inspectors note where and offer suggestions, sometimes staying to demonstrate a technique or to trade a tip about better storage or seasoning of wood. Their notes are brief and practical, their tone gentle, and they leave behind adjustments that fit smoothly into existing routines. This manner keeps the garrison nimble and well cared for, while preserving a sense of dignity and mutual respect between those who serve and those who guide. The flow of information from garrison to higher command is deliberate and measured. Messages folded with care and sent by trusted riders who know the landscape and its moods. Reports are concise, factual, and unemotional, speaking of supplies, personnel, and repairs in plain terms that enable calm decision-making. The correspondence is a steady thread, linking small actions to broader oversight, and it fosters an atmosphere where local initiative is supported by distant steadiness. This balance of autonomy and accountability is maintained with soft attention, so that each end of the chain feels connected yet unpressured. Personal time is quiet and restorative, filled with reading simple texts, carving small objects, or mending nets and clothing with patient fingers. Men exchange stories in low tones, the narrative slow and circular, reinforcing memory and place rather than stirring sudden emotion. These moments of leisure are small and unshowy, threaded into the day between tasks, and they serve as gentle anchors that steady the spirit. The calm pleasures of making, learning, and sharing are valued almost as much as the duties themselves, for they sustain a quiet contentment that nourishes endurance. Small engineering detachments attend to drainage and earthworks with steady, seasonal focus, redirecting runoff, reinforcing slopes, and ensuring that pathways remain passable. Their work is modeled on observation and repetition, choosing materials that blend with the land and techniques that will age gracefully. They test the flow of water with a practiced eye, set channels and culverts so that rain is gently guided away from foundations, and plant grasses to bind soil where necessary. These measures are unremarkable and effective, and they preserve the wall's fabric without fuss, allowing the larger routines to continue uninterrupted. Quiet recorders and scribes preserve the garrison's memory with meticulous pages that accumulate the small, steady facts of life. Supplies received, repairs completed, weather notes, and the comings and goings of people and animals. Their books are kept tidy, bound when filled, and stored in sheltered places where they age slowly and securely. These records are consulted as part of everyday planning, their facts guiding choices with calm precision. The act of recording itself has a pacifying cadence, the scratch of brush on paper aligning with the other sounds of the garrison and forming part of the soft background that soothes daily life. Night watches are arranged with particular care so that darkness brings no sudden alarm, only slow attentiveness and the gentle assurance of a steady line. Sentries stand beneath stars with practiced ease, their breathing even, their glances sweeping the near ground and the more distant gloom. Lanterns are sheltered, tromps of foot are measured to avoid startling, and the exchange at change of watch is a brief, efficient ritual. The night is full of soft noises, the wind in parapets, the creak of wood, the distant hoot of an owl, and these become familiar companions that help men maintain a calm, watchful state instead of agitation. Training in logistical tasks is continuous and unassuming, so that supply chain work is as second nature as walking or carrying, and convoys operate smoothly because everyone knows their role. Men learn to pack efficiently, to load carts without imbalance, and to distribute weight so animals and carts travel easier. Knowledge is passed from hand to hand in practical demonstrations rather than long lectures, and apprentices learn by steady repetition under a watchful eye. This quiet instruction ensures that when movement is required, it is executed with the soft confidence of practiced skill. Minor festivals of gratitude are observed with modest offerings and shared meals, times when the garrison pauses to acknowledge the work of all hands in a way that is humble and communal. These gatherings are brief and gentle, focusing on thanks and the simple pleasures of cooked food and shared songs that are slow and soothing. They reset the social balance without extravagance, allowing bonds to renew before the return to routine. In the aftermath of such moments, the garrison resumes its gentle labor with a renewed sense of connection, the tasks feeling fuller and less solitary. Logs of repair and maintenance are cross-checked regularly to ensure continuity, with simple notations of who did the work and what materials were used, creating a lineage of care that can be followed when needed. This practice prevents duplication and allows small teams to pick up where others left off, smoothing the passage of time and preserving institutional memory. The records are practical and calm, less a bureaucracy than a shared map of attention and effort, and they enable the garrison's life to continue with confidence and predictability. Even in slow weather, when times can stretch and tasks are gentler, the garrison maintains its steady discipline of movement and care, a continuous loop of action that is itself restful. Men tend to small improvements, to stories, and to the soft tasks that accumulate into a well-ordered life, and the day closes with the same gentle measures as it began. The cycle does not demand drama. It seeks only to keep things in balance, to preserve readiness with tranquility, and to allow each person to play their part in a large, unhurried pattern that endures. Officials who tended the long stone and earth line moved with a quiet, steady rhythm, their duties woven into the same slow geography that shaped the roadways and ridgelines. Each official carried a small bundle of forms and notes, simple lists that tracked the strength of small garrisons, the state of stocks in nearby granaries, and the condition of parapets after a season of wind or rain. These lists were carried along the same tracks as the supply carts, slipping from hand to hand like soft markers, and they tied the distant posts together into a single, patient administration. The work of recording was never abrupt. It unfurled gently across time like a measured step. Regional administrators lived with an economy of careful priorities, balancing maintenance against other calls upon the countryside, and they kept a steady eye on the practicalities of upholding long stretches of earth and stone. Their offices were modest rooms in county halls and fortress courtyards, where inkpots and brushes sat beside simple measuring rods and inked tallies. From these quiet desks, regular reports moved outward and downward, updates that told of crumbling embankments, repairs that needed more mortar, or stretches of rampart that had settled with the seasons. These reports arrived in neat columns, precise and repetitive, comforting in their persistency. Beneath the senior officials, a layered network of local clerks and inspectors carried out routine checks, each step part of an unhurried procession. They walked the ramparts at dawn when the light was soft, pausing at gatehouses and small bastions to mark measurements, to count shingles or steps, and to note the fit of doors and hinges. Their notations were small acts of care, precise strokes on slips of paper or tallies on narrow strips of bamboo, and these tiny records accumulated into a living memory of the structure. Each notation seemed to soften the distance between distant capitals and the stones underfoot. Tax levies for maintenance were arranged with patient negotiation, a long conversation between the needs of the state and the rhythms of local life, and they moved through familiar cycles. Officials requested grain, labor, or material, and local households offered their quotas in seasons that matched planting and harvest. The levies were neither sudden nor harsh in practice, but unfolded in predictable patterns, spread across months, so that a village armature could meet its obligations without abrupt scarcity. This gentle scheduling allowed repairs to proceed in a steady cadence as materials and people flowed in measured streams toward the work sites. Records of these levies were kept with a quiet devotion to clarity, ledgers that listed names, quantities, and dates in neat rows. Each entry, a modest promise fulfilled. Handed down through generations of clerks, these ledgers used consistent forms and formulas that made the movement of goods legible over long distances and long years. The simplicity of the entries and the regular rituals of updating them gave officials a calm confidence in planning, and they could predict with reasonable certainty when a stretch of wall would receive its next course of rammed earth or its next layer of brick. Mapping the course of the line became an art of slow measurement, and surveyors walked the ridgelines with a patient attention to angle and distance. Using poles, measured cords, and sighting devices, they recorded the contours of hills and the bends of rivers, translating the landscape into careful diagrams that fit within a clerk's notebook. These maps were modest objects, folded and refolded, annotated with inked notes that marked passes, water sources, and the locations of nearby villages. They allowed administrators to see the wall not as a single continuous thing, but as a series of linked responsibilities, each segment with its own needs. Survey entries moved from the field into official maps in stages, each stage smoothing small inconsistencies and clarifying boundaries that might otherwise blur with time. Cartographic notes indicated where a watchtower needed reinforcement, where a dike could divert seasonal runoff, or where a gate would require a new lintel. The drawings were spare and methodical, a comforting geometry that reduced complex terrain into lines, symbols, and distances. In this way, the maps became tools of both memory and planning, quiet guides for the allocation of materials and manpower. Written records were kept on a variety of supports, each chosen for a practical reason and handled with reverent care. Strips of bamboo held lists that fit into a clerk's hand. Folded documents of silk carried more formal decrees, and later, sheets of paper collected summaries for higher officials. These supports were labeled and stored within the simple wooden chests of local offices, each chest acting as a small archive that preserved the ongoing story of repair and supply. The storage was private and ordered, and the documents within were consulted in the same low, deliberate manner that characterized all good administration. Ledgers and maps were cross-checked through regular inspections, small rituals of verification that aligned the memory of the paper with the reality of stone and earth. Senior officials might travel to a district carrying a copy of a ledger and a map and walk the same paths as the clerks to confirm counts and measurements. The inspections never felt abrupt. They were measured, methodical, and spoke of a shared work rather than of coercion. Through these walks, discrepancies were gently reconciled, and a sense of continuity was preserved between the place and its written reflection. Inventories of materials were kept in the same calm manner. Careful lists noting quantities of lime, bundles of timber, piles of stone, and sacks of grain reserved for laborers. Granaries and depots were organized with simple, functional order, and their contents were marked clearly to avoid confusion. When materials were issued to repair teams, the act was recorded with a soft precision, and the responsible party's name was added to a list that traced accountability like a thin, steady thread. These inventories reduced uncertainty and allowed repair projects to proceed without sudden surprises. The movement of supplies relied on an unassuming logistics chain where carts, pack animals, and human carriers moved steadily along cleared tracks from depots to work sites, their passage as regular as a metronome. Officials coordinated these convoys with calm scheduling, timing departures to avoid heavy rains and to match the availability of labor. Schedules were written down, posted at way stations, and rerouted with quiet flexibility. If a bridge washed out or a winter storm lingered longer than expected, such flexibility kept the system alive without haste or panic. Registers of garrison strength were similarly composed, lists that named each soldier, noted rank, and recorded assignments to specific towers or passes, and these lists were updated with the same unhurried regularity. Muster rolls were kept by clerks who spoke in measured tones, asking simple questions and recording answers in neat columns. When a soldier moved to a new post, or when a conscript completed his term, that change entered the roll in a careful hand, preserving a steady account of the human presence along the barrier. The rolls were modest, yet they anchored the living geometry of the defense. Discipline and reward were handled through quiet, established procedures that emphasized order and continuity over dramatic measures. And the legal codes governing garrison life were concise and practical. Offenses and their penalties were recorded in bureaucratic registers, and they were processed through standard channels that favored correction and restitution. Rewards for exemplary service were also documented, whether a small allotment of grain or a certificate of honorable duty, and these entries carried weight in a modest, cumulative way. The record of a soldier's service grew slowly, like a tree ring, and officials relied on it to make prudent decisions. Small courts and hearings met in provincial halls with restrained formality, listening to disputes about allotments, debts, or the condition of issued materials, and they rendered decisions that were written down in brief, exact entries. These hearings had a rhythm of civility and modest ritual, as officials consulted their ledgers and the parties exchanged calm statements. The outcomes were simple: a corrected tally, a reassignment of responsibility, or an adjustment of future levies, all of which were added back into the flow of paperwork and logistics as quietly as a breeze moving across a plain. Communication across long distances depended on stable courier networks whose riders followed well-known routes and schedules, and official messages moved along these routes with a patient certainty. Couriers carried sealed notes and copies of maps between regional centers and frontier commanders, and their paths were lined with way stations where horses were exchanged and messages copied. The system was not swift by the standards of later ages, but it was reliable, and its predictability allowed administrators to manage with calm foresight rather than instant reaction. Each transferred message was inscribed and filed, adding to the slow archive of governance. The use of seals and signatures lent a reserved formality to these messages. Simple impressions pressed into soft clay or wax to verify origin and authenticity, and the rhythm of affixing a seal was a small but meaningful ceremony. Clerks watched the seal impressed into place, a quiet sign that the paper had been seen and authorized, and the seal itself was recorded in ledgers, along with the message's arrival date. This minute ritual was part of the steady choreography of administration and brought an air of assuredness to the movement of directives across the land. Regional assemblies occasionally met to coordinate larger maintenance efforts, bringing together representatives from nearby towns, garrison commanders, and resource managers to plan seasonal work in a tone of shared responsibility. These meetings took place in cool courtyards or in simple meeting halls, and the conversation moved slowly through lists and maps, with proposals made, considered, and recorded. Decisions were logged, tasks assigned, and the ensuing plans were distributed as simple circulars that carried the names of those responsible. The meetings stitched local intentions to state needs with a calm, mutual cadence. Officials made use of itinerant craftsmen and master builders who traveled between districts, their expertise needed at specific sites where more complex repairs or constructions were required, and their visits were scheduled with thoughtful care. These masters inspected problem areas, measured spans, and recommended materials, leaving behind short memos that described their findings and suggested courses of action. Their assessments were courteous and technical, noted in precise, neutral language, and they shaped the allocation of skilled labor in ways that balanced availability with long-term planning. Maintenance schedules respected the cycles of weather and agriculture, and officials planned extensive repair seasons to align with times when laborers were more readily available. After harvest was gathered and before heavy snows began, many tasks were arranged to proceed in succession, like measured steps down a gentle slope. The scheduling considered the human rhythms of the countryside, allowing villagers to meet their obligations without interrupting planting or harvest. And this consideration kept relations between communities and administrators calm and cooperative. Repair protocols were standardized with measured clarity. Documents that outlined required dimensions for parapets, mortar mixes for masonry, and tolerances for drainage around foundations. And these protocols were consulted like quiet manuals. Craftsmen followed such instructions with steady hands, and clerks noted compliance in simple checklists that recorded when certain thresholds were met. The combination of clear standards and routine checks ensured that repairs were consistent and durable without fuss, and the repetition of these small acts accumulated into a larger, reassuring continuity. The chain of responsibility was drawn with gentle clarity from the smallest gatekeeper to the highest regional magistrate, a sequence of delegated duties that prevented sudden gaps and smoothed transitions. When a lower official fell ill or resigned, a replacement was appointed through predictable steps, the paperwork adjusted, and the new person briefed with patient explanations and copies of local ledgers. This system of orderly succession prevented abrupt vacancies and preserved the institutional memory that kept the long line intact. Accounts of repairs and resupply traveled upward, aggregated into regional summaries that offered a calm overview of needs and progress. And these summaries were woven into annual reports that shaped longer-term budgeting. The annual accounts recorded expenditures in measured columns, listing material costs, labor allocations, and the number of days worked on each segment. These reports allowed higher officials to allocate resources gently, smoothing out shortages by planning across seasons rather than responding to emergencies. Mapping efforts evolved with cumulative knowledge as later surveys compared new notes with older ones and refined distances and elevations, folding practical corrections into each new chart. Each iteration of a map preserved traces of earlier observations, marginalia that indicated seasonal streams or a newly built road, and clerks annotated these changes with small, legible strokes. Over time, these maps became more than navigational aids. They were living documents that traced the slow transformation of landscape and structure through centuries of calm intervention. Documentation also captured practical experiments, like small trials of improved mortar mixes or new timber treatments. And these experimental notations were recorded in the same careful hand as routine entries. When a new approach proved durable, it was added to maintenance protocols in a quiet, methodical way, tested across a few sites before being adopted more broadly. The cautious expansion of successful techniques ensured that change was incremental and manageable, and it preserved the balance between innovation and reliability. Boundary markers and milestones were cataloged with the same unfussy attention, their positions noted on maps and in ledgers so that legal responsibilities could be properly assigned and disputes avoided before they arose. These markers were simple stones or wooden posts set with care, their inscriptions minimal and practical, and officials recorded their locations in relation to nearby features. Maintaining this registry prevented small confusions from becoming lingering problems and made oversight a matter of steady observation. Supply depots and granaries were administered like quiet economies, their inventories tracked and their disbursements scheduled to match labor needs. And officials balanced the inflows and outflows with patient precision. Grain issued for public works was metered out in rations and recorded against names on rosters, and returned tools or spent materials were added to inventories with modest protocol. This gentle accounting prevented waste and ensured that projects advanced smoothly through the seasons. Arsenals and armories kept inventories of weapons and maintenance tools with careful notation, marking repair histories for equipment, much like the records kept for wall repair. When a crossbow required new strings or a gate needed new hinges, the issue and repair were logged, and responsible parties were noted. These small records gave administrators confidence that the infrastructure of defense and maintenance would remain serviceable through routine inspection and upkeep rather than through sudden reconstruction. The bureaucratic language itself was concise and calming, composed of short forms and standardized phrases that made entries easy to read and compare, and clerks were trained in the quiet discipline of legible, uniform script. This script reduced ambiguity and made it possible for different offices to cross-reference records with ease. A notation made by a remote clerk could be understood and acted upon by a regional official without elaborate explanation, because the forms and phrases carried a shared clarity. Training for clerks and minor officials emphasized steady practice and the virtues of patience, with younger attendants learning to copy entries carefully and to follow protocols for filing and storage. Mentors provided gentle correction and demonstrated the slow arts of measurement and record keeping, teaching newcomers to read maps and to interpret survey notes with calm competence. In this way, the archive of administration was not only preserved in paper and stone, but also in the practiced hands that tended it. Minor reforms were introduced occasionally, always through reasoned discussion and gradual implementation, and these changes were documented and evaluated in the same unhurried fashion as other administrative acts. When a revision to levies or a new filing method was proposed, it was trialed in a small district, monitored, and then adopted more widely if it proved practical. This measured approach ensured reforms did not disrupt daily life, and that they built upon the existing, reliable systems already in place. The small acts of hospitality shown to traveling officials and surveyors were also part of the administrative fabric. Modest gestures like a shared meal at a way station or a spare room for the night that allowed work to proceed with human warmth. Hosts recorded such visits in their own household notes, and these entries often included a simple inventory of services provided and a receipt of gratitude. These human notations, subtle and private, complemented the official registers and kept social bonds aligned with the demands of state tasks. Documentation of weather and seasonal conditions was a routine part of reports, short notes that recorded floods, droughts, and unusual storms. And these entries guided practical decisions about timing and resource allocation. When a spring thaw arrived early or a winter lingered, clerks noted these facts alongside repair logs, and administrators adjusted schedules accordingly. The inclusion of environmental observations made plans more resilient and tempered expectations in a way that felt quietly wise. Legal frameworks for allocating responsibilities were codified in straightforward edicts and administrative guidelines, and officials consulted these documents when questions arose about jurisdiction or duty. The guidelines were not elaborate proclamations, but practical instructions for who should pay for a repair, who should supply labor, and which official had the authority to approve expenditures. This legal scaffolding reduced personal friction and allowed decisions to be made through established channels rather than through ad hoc appeals. Records also preserved oral testimony when necessary. Short summaries of conversations with village elders or craftsmen who knew a particular stretch of wall by memory, and these notes enriched the written archive with a lived knowledge. Clerks transcribed these recollections modestly, including them as annotations on maps or in appendices to reports. This gentle blending of paper and spoken memory made the administration more attuned to local realities. and kept the archival record sympathetic to the human scale of the work. Fiscal prudence underpinned many decisions, and administrators favored small, regular investments in upkeep over large, disruptive campaigns that might strain local capacities. Ledgers reflected this preference, with expenditures spread over multiple periods and prioritized according to need and feasibility. By choosing the smaller, steady path, officials ensured that the long line received continuous attention rather than intermittent, intense focus that could unsettle communities and logistics. The correspondence between military and civil authorities was routine and formal, exchanged in patient letters that described troop needs, material shortages, and proposed adjustments to quotas. These communications were recorded and filed together so that military requests and civil allocations could be matched in future audits. The parallel record keeping created a mutual accountability that kept both arms of administration calibrated to the flow of resources and labor. Pension arrangements and household allowances for those who served in a civil capacity were documented with care. Simple entries that ensured families of long-serving personnel received modest provisions. When a clerk or a local official retired or passed away, records were consulted to allocate benefits or to resolve outstanding matters with a calm respect for service. These quiet provisions contributed to a broader sense that service was recognized and that the administrative machine cared for its own over time. Disposal and reuse of materials were also tracked, with notes on where stone had been recut or where timber reclaimed from an old gate would be repurposed for scaffolding. This frugal attention to reuse appeared repeatedly in inventories and maintenance logs, and it reflected a practical economy that kept costs manageable. Such entries were matter-of-fact and precise, lending a sense of stewardship that quietly preserved resources across seasons. Notices of local disputes or claims that impinged on repair projects were filed and traced through minor legal channels, with each claim receiving a calm hearing and a written outcome. These processes prevented lingering uncertainty from affecting ongoing work and allowed repairs to proceed without social friction. The consistent practice of documenting claims and their resolutions reinforced a predictable system of recourse and ensured that the chain of care remained undisturbed. The archive itself was tended like a living thing, with chests of documents periodically cleaned, rewritten, and cross-referenced so that the most important records remained accessible and legible. Clerks performed this maintenance with the same steady habits they used in other tasks, organizing files by date and subject and copying older documents to preserve them from decay. This quiet archival practice allowed institutional memory to persist in readable form and kept the administration functioning across the years. Local customs and practices were noted in administrative files when they affected maintenance or supply. Simple observations about seasonal festivals, harvest times, or communal labor patterns, and these notes were used to schedule work in harmony with social rhythms. By recording and respecting these customs, officials avoided friction and fostered cooperation, integrating governance with local life in a way that felt natural and considerate. Regular audits were carried out to confirm inventories and accounts, and these audits were calm, methodical events rather than punitive investigations, intended to ensure accuracy and to correct honest mistakes. Auditors compared ledgers to physical stores, spoke with depot keepers, and returned with annotated reports that adjusted previous entries if necessary. The process itself was respectful and procedural, reaffirming trust through careful verification rather than suspicion. Officials kept small notebooks of anecdotes and observations that did not fit neatly into formal ledgers, private marginalia that later clerks sometimes found and folded into more formal records. These notes captured incidental details, a particular winter's severity, an unusually productive quarry, the arrival of a new master craftsman, and they lent texture to the otherwise procedural archive. Over time, such annotations became useful reminders that informed practical decisions without disrupting the calm order of administration. When major maintenance projects were planned, officials prepared phased proposals that described simple timelines, resource lists, and expected labor needs. And these plans were reviewed in a calm sequence of approvals. Each phase was modest in scope, designed to match the regular flow of material and manpower, and the plans were adjusted gently when conditions shifted. This phased approach allowed for steady progress and minimized the need for sudden reallocations or emergency measures. The practice of recording living memories continued to be valued, as elders and long-serving soldiers were occasionally asked to recount the history of a particular section of barrier, and their testimony was written down with respect. These interviews added human continuity to the papers and maps and were treated as living supplements to the technical record. The simple act of listening and writing provided both practical information and a soft reinforcement of collective memory. Cross-regional cooperation was fostered through exchange visits and shared projects, with officials from neighboring districts convening to plan joint repairs or to standardize accounting practices, and their interactions were calm and mutually respectful. Shared ventures were documented with joint ledgers and coordinated schedules, reflecting a cooperative spirit that made possible the upkeep of longer connected stretches. This mode of collaboration knitted local efforts into larger, more resilient patterns. Routine replenishment orders were handled through standard requisition forms that traveled up the chain and returned with authorization, each form stamped and recorded at successive offices. The repetition of this paperwork created a dependable cadence, and clerks became attuned to the rhythm of requests, approvals, and deliveries. In this way, supply systems ran predictably, with delays minimized by clarity and repetition rather than by haste. Specialized repair manuals were compiled over time, collections of measured advice for masons, carpenters, and labor supervisors, and they circulated between workshops and depots in compact booklets. These manuals distilled practical wisdom, recommended mortar proportions, standard door dimensions, and optimal drainage practices into accessible instructions that craftsmen could consult in the field. The manuals were plain and serviceable, and they helped to standardize repairs across distant sites. The movement of small architectural innovations was gradual, with a successful technique introduced quietly at a few sites and then noted in maintenance logs before being incorporated into broader protocols. This slow diffusion ensured that practical lessons were learned and verified over time before becoming standard practice. The method preserved a balance between local ingenuity and system-wide reliability, and the habit of documenting outcomes fed back into a culture of careful improvement. Finally, financial oversight included small contingency funds allocated for unforeseen repairs, modest reserves recorded in regional ledgers, and tapped with approval when a minor emergency arose. These funds were not large, and their use required a written request and a brief justification, preserving transparency. The existence of such reserves offered a quiet assurance that small setbacks could be addressed promptly without disturbing the broader flow of planned work, and the practice reinforced the overall stability of administration. Along the low ridge, where the wall dips and rises, small clusters of houses gather their roofs like shells drawn close to the shore, and at dawn, a single thin smoke thread rises from each hearth, carrying the slow, steady work of mornings. Farmers unfasten gates and led out their animals along paths that braid the fields, and children follow with baskets scalloped at the edges, moving toward a market that will sit near the gate when the sun is a little higher. The sound is soft, the trudge of sandals, the clink of wooden buckets, the quiet call of a woman to her neighbor about a pot left out to cool. The wall itself is a steady presence behind them, a familiar spine that divides sky and plain, and people move around it as naturally as they move with the seasons, arranging their days by light and by the approach of visitors who come along the roads that run parallel to its course. Near the passes, where the masonry opens to allow road and river to cross, a market settles into a slow pattern that is both steady and gentle, with stalls shaded by cloth and willow branches, and with boards laid flat to display bundles of grain or woven mats. Traders set down their loads and smooth their hands over the goods they will trade for rice, pickled vegetables, simple bowls, or a length of dyed cloth, and their faces hold the same modest focus as their empty baskets waiting to be filled. Conversations are low and full of pauses. Haggling is practiced, but soft, a small agreement reached as easily as the tying of a knot. The rhythm is unhurried, because journeys are measured in days, and because the people who come to the market have learned to fit their needs into the comfortable slow time of the frontier. All through the year, the land gives different work, and this shapes how the communities gather. In spring, there is a gentle surge of motion as seed and seedling move from courtyard to field, hands covering and uncovering rows, and the market brings tools and seeds in small bundles tied with straw. Men and women plan where they will plant the millet, where the sorghum will sit in higher ground, and where a small patch of vegetables will be tended beside the well. The irrigation channels are tended like quiet conversations. Their banks are brushed smooth, and sluice gates are nudged open so water can travel its patient course. When water arrives in its measured flow, the soil darkens, and the people settle into a softened attentiveness, watching green emerge in patient stages. By summer, the days lengthen, and the pace becomes steady and warm, with more goods arriving from farther fields, and with families carrying baskets of fruit and early grain to the market. Kiln fires burn for pottery and for baking bricks, and craftsmen move more easily between their shops because the ground beneath their feet is dry. Women sit in shaded doorways, spinning thread and arranging dyed skeins on racks, their fingers repeating gentle motions that make cloth that will be mended and reused in many seasons. The scent of drying herbs and fermenting vegetables curls through the lanes, and a small group of elders sits near a well, watching the slow passage of summer and sharing small bits of news that drift and settle like leaves. When harvest comes, the market becomes a patient bustle as people bring in the fruits of long labors, laying sheaves of grain and baskets of dried fruit on slatted tables, and the pace is deliberate and unhurried, as if each movement were measured to keep the work gentle. Families store grain in communal granaries and in smaller bins inside houses, and the careful stacking is a quiet ritual that readers the long winter easier. There is a sober satisfaction as the stores are set: jars of pickled vegetables, sacks of millet, a few salted fish, and bundles of kindling. People speak less, and when they do, it is to pass along a small practical tip: a way to mend a sack, to roast a seed, to smoke a fish so it will keep. Around the forts and gatehouses, a network of small trades supports the passage of goods and the needs of those who live by the road. And these trades settle into unremarkable routines that become the soft framework of daily life. A smith keeps the metal tools bright and slightly oiled, tapping quietly as the sun moves across his workbench, and his apprentice carries water and listens. A cobbler mends soles with near-silent care, and a carpenter smooths edges of doors in a rhythm that is uncomplicated and steady. These trades are not loud. They are patient and repetitive, and their work becomes woven into the calendar of harvests and road traffic. When a caravan stops for rest, it sends a few coins across a low counter, and the smith or cobbler returns to the same steady motions that have cushioned many such brief arrivals. In the spaces between markets and fields, women and older children shape a good portion of the community economy with steady, practiced hands, and their work is gentle and repetitive, making small things that matter. They spin and weave, engaging in the slow exchange of threads into cloth, and they trade pieces among neighbors for a change of pattern or for yarn of a favored hue. They tend small plots of dye plants and mulberries, and they dry thin slices of root and peel for medicines that will be used through the year. Their conversations move in the same slow cadence as their work, full of small details, and their knowledge is practical and quiet, passed briefly from one hand to the next. The presence of the wall alters the map of family life in subtle ways, and households near a gate learn to host with a steady, hospitable order, keeping a spare mat and a small bowl of rice ready for the occasional tired traveler. Inns and tea houses sit with open thresholds and low benches, and they serve hot drinks and a simple porridge with an unassuming efficiency. A proprietor will fill a kettle, set out a steaming bowl, and sweep the floor in a motion that asks for nothing and yet gives comfort. The beds are basic, the straw smelling faintly of the place where it grew, and the small rooms are quiet by design, meant to cocoon a narrow and weary body for the night. Children grow up with the wall at their shoulder and with a sense of work that is not abrupt or demanding, but steady and continuous. And they learn their skills in half-formed lessons beside their parents, carrying water, bringing bundles, learning to weave or to feed a small flock. Play often mimics work, with games that follow the measured steps of market trade or the steady beat of pounding grain. Songs are short and simple, sung to small instruments made of bamboo or stitched leather, and lullabies reflect the pace of the day, dropping into notes that echo the slow fall of dusk. There is no urgency in these instructions. The learning is a soft folding of tradition into habit. Close to strategic passes, some families shape livelihoods around travel itself, and a few people keep animals bred for journeys, horses or mules, chosen for steady feet and patience. They understand the long rhythms of loading and unloading, the careful packing of bundles, and the quiet tying of knots that will hold through many miles. These animal handlers breed and train, trade and barter, and when a caravan arrives, there is a natural interchange, the exchange of a saddle, a rope, a promise to help on an uphill stretch. Their lives unfold in a pattern of small obligations, repeated gently, with no haste, and with an emphasis on steady reliability. Local markets teach a quiet lesson in variety and reuse, for many goods are reinvented, repurposed, and remade into something new and useful. And so, a cracked ceramic becomes a planter, an old mat becomes a patch for a roof. This practice of reuse keeps a softness in the material life of the community, a sense that nothing is completely lost, only reshaped into something serviceable. Craftsmen are adept at this quiet economy, pulling threads from old garments to weave into new ones, and reworking pieces of masonry or brick into the steadier structures of houses and small walls. Nothing is wasted here without thought. The reframing of objects becomes a slow conversation with the past. Near smaller watch stations, families may run small gardens behind earthen embankments, using the shadowed soil to grow bitter greens or medicinal herbs in neat rows. And these crops are harvested with patient hands that seem to know the exact time to pluck each leaf. A neighbor will borrow a cutting, trade a handful of seed, and the exchange will be recorded in memory rather than on a page, a soft ledger kept by familiarity and daily return. These gardens are private and public at once. They feed one household, and they feed requests, and the act of sharing is routine and soft, reinforcing gentle ties rather than creating burdens. When stone and earth are quarried nearby, small teams of workers supply the masons with cut pieces, and these teams are not constant but seasonal, called together when repairs or new building is needed. They move in a quiet procession, each person with a role, carrying chisel and mallet, their motions measured and cooperative, and they create more than material. They create trust through repeated, dependable presence. Their work is paced to the weather, and when rain is likely, they cover their piles with tarps and step back, postponing effort for a clearer day. This sensitivity to the elements is built into labor in these communities, and work slows and eases with the land's own cycles. Cooking and food preparation are gentle arts practiced all through the day with rhythms that keep the household steady, and the smell of simmering broths and baking bread is a constant background. Meals are simple and plain, made to be nourishing and to keep people where they need to be. And there is a quiet economy of portions and of sharing that prevents waste and ensures comfort. Food is often traded at the market for a needed tool or a bit of cloth, and such exchanges are not urgent but measured and patient, done with the sense that good provision belongs to a communal rhythm rather than to rapid gain. Small religious practices and offerings are folded into daily life with the same unobtrusive care that shapes other routines, and a low shrine by a gate or a small altar in a courtyard becomes a place for a passing touch of reverence rather than spectacle. People will leave a single grain, a cup of tea, or a small ribbon tied to a rail as a quiet mark of thanks or of remembrance, and these gestures are brief and soft. The modest acts of worship are not declared loudly. They are a private way to steady life's steps, and they fit easily beside the pattern of work and rest, like a pause in a long walk. Markets also serve as places of knowledge exchange, and under woven awnings, traders and villagers speak in low voices about weather and seed, about the quality of a recent harvest or of a new fabric dye. And these conversations spread practical information calmly and without fanfare. A farmer will return from market with knowledge of a new method to store grain. A woman will learn a simpler way to tan leather, and these small improvements travel quietly from person to person. The pace of learning is slow but steady, and the adoption of new ideas is always gentle, balanced by what has been known to work in earlier seasons. Closer to larger fortified towns, a few families make a living from administrative and clerical tasks, keeping small records of deliveries and of household obligations, and their work is neat and methodical, full of folded papers and soft scratches of ink. They sit in shaded rooms and tally what comes and what goes, and their notes help the daily life of markets and garrisons to continue with low friction. Their writing is functional, brief, and not ornate, meant to keep account in a manner that is practical and unobtrusive, and the existence of these records gives some small certainty to the exchange of goods across months and years. The spoken bargains and the written lists form a quiet network, and this network is supported by a few modest services that smooth travel. Pack horses are kept for hire, wheelwrights mend carts with steady hands, and guides lead small groups through narrow passes at a calm pace. The guide's knowledge is measured and simple. Which bend of a road is easiest after rain? Which hollow hides a shallow spring? Which stone makes a good seat? They do not speak to alarm, but to efficiency, and their guidance is a soft confidence that lets travelers rest against the certainty of local skill. In the lanes behind the markets, small trades in food preservation continue with rhythmic regularity, and people smoke fish, sun-dry meat, ferment vegetables, and press oils in ways that are familiar to the fingers that do them. These processes take time and are often left to their own slow development, and households plan months ahead with modest storage, knowing how to portion and preserve for the lean seasons. The techniques are passed on in quiet instruction. Watch the smoke, tend the embers, prune the salt, taste a bit, and set aside what seems right. These practices become a soft legacy, shaping how families feed themselves and others. Around the larger towers, a modest economy arises to service the needs of travelers who must wait and of officials who pass through. And this economy is steady rather than showy, offering rooms that are tidy and small meals that are filling. A guest will sit on a low stool and rest their feet, and the proprietor will bring tea in a small plate of simmered greens without ceremony. The interaction is brief and calm, and when the guest moves on, the proprietor sweeps the floor and arranges the cushions as if nothing unusual had happened. For hospitality, here is a practiced routine, not an event. Trade routes that touch the wall connect these communities to farther places in a gentle chain of exchange, and the goods that come are often practical, chosen for their usefulness rather than for novelty. Salt and iron, cloth and pottery, a bit of lacquered wood, or dried fruit carried from a more fertile valley. Merchants who travel long distances tend to move slowly, choosing steady animals and cautious plans. And when they come to a market, they share a quiet manner with those who host them. Each trade is a small act of giving and receiving, a measured transaction that fits into a larger web of routine and reciprocity. The presence of small medical knowledge keeps the communities steady during times of ordinary illness, and village healers maintain a calm repertoire of poultices, teas, and simple procedures learned from older hands. Their workshops are modest, lined with bundles of dried herbs and jars of simple compounds, and they work with the same gentle confidence as other tradespeople. People come to them with small complaints, and the healer responds in soft, practical steps: a bandage, a mild decoction, rest. Serious ailments may require travel to a larger town, but most daily maladies are met with these quiet remedies, and this steady care encourages a tranquil stability in communal health. As families intertwine with soldiers and officials who are stationed near the wall, social bonds form in a subdued way, with marriages and long visits that merge lives through common daily practices rather than through grand proclamations. Children born into such households learn both civic discipline and household skill, and their lives are a slow braid of duty and tenderness. Neighbors teach one another sewing and carpentry, and small ceremonies mark births and marriages with simple offerings and shared meals, each gesture subdued and mindful, reinforcing the sense that community is a long, patient project. When roads are busy, local carriers move with a cautious steadiness, balancing loads of grain, salt, and other staples on their animals, and they know the hours and the slopes by heart. Their paths are chosen for safety in the practical sense: level stretches, accessible water, a place to rest under a tree, and they plan their days by the comfortable measure of what can be achieved without strain. These carriers are the hidden threads that keep markets supplied and small towns functioning, and their steady footsteps are part of the pastoral soundtrack that underlies everyday life. Small fort towns foster modest craft specializations over time, and in one lane you might find a family that has become known for fine baskets, while in another, a shop produces simple metal fittings. These specializations are neither exclusive nor static. They diffuse softly over generations, with young people sometimes apprenticing in a trade and sometimes returning to the land. The crafts are small, detailed, and done with care, and the continuity of skill is maintained by repetition and by the slow acceptance of improvement when it fits into the community's pace. In moments of festival or harvest sharing, families offer small public gatherings where food is exchanged, prayers are shared in a low collective breath, and songs are sung in a comfortable, unhurried round. These gatherings are not loud celebrations, but gentle renewals of social ties, and participants sit together on mats, passing bowls and speaking with lightness and gratitude. Children are given extra sweets or dried fruit, and elders tell brief stories about helpful neighbors, each tale offered with a soft intent to encourage kindness and steadiness rather than to thrill. As seasons wind from one to the next, the community routines adapt With patient adjustments, stores are rotated, seeds are saved, and tools are sharpened for the next cycle. Neighbors make small agreements about shared work. One will borrow labor for a day of harvesting and return the favor later with equal calm. This reciprocity is neither recorded nor loudly cantoned. It is a quiet expectation that holds the community together through long months. The pattern of mutual aid is subtle, like a woven cloth whose strength is not in any single thread, but in the overlap and the care of many hands, working slowly and together. Small schools or informal lessons appear near larger markets, where a few children gather to learn reading and simple account keeping from an elder who keeps lists. And these lessons are gentle and repetitive, emphasizing patience and steady practice. Writing is taught in short bursts, copying simple characters, and arithmetic is learned through counting grain and measuring cloth. The purpose of education is practical and unobtrusive: to help with trade, to keep small accounts, to maintain household records. The pace is deliberate, and children move through learning as through any other slow craft, gaining confidence in small increments. The movement of masonry and materials for repairs often provides work for local people who are familiar with the land. And this seasonal labor adds to the community's subtle economy, giving families a bit more to store for winter. When repairs are needed, people come together in a quiet, cooperative work, drawing water and mixing earth, carrying bricks and tamping layers with careful, repeated motions. The workday is punctuated by small rests, by shared meals brought from nearby homes, and by the steady sound of tools that never hurry. In that quiet cadence, there is a communal comfort. Repair is simply another way to live together. Over years, the presence of the wall and its associated communities creates a slow cultural blending, with songs, recipes, and textile patterns shared across households and passed down between generations, gently altering each family's practices in small, accumulating ways. This blend is not abrupt, but gradual, like a dye soaking into cloth, adding new shades without erasing the original weaves. A new bread recipe here, a different way to plait hair there, a borrowed knot pattern on a basket. These small adoptions spread quietly through markets and doorways, and life carries on with the soft enrichment that comes from steady contact and time. When a traveler pauses in a market and rests by a low stone bench, they will find conversation calm and unforced, and the exchange of maps, directions, or a warm jug of water will pass as simply as the sun moves toward afternoon. Locals speak in measured sentences about the next well or the slow change in soil along a distant ridge, and their words are rooted in careful observation rather than in urgency. The traveler listens, thanks quietly, and continues on, carrying with them a map of small kindnesses and practical knowledge that will keep their steps steady for many leagues to come. As the day falls toward evening, market stalls are closed and packed with a familiar order that shows the respect with which people treat their tools and goods, and the sweep of a broom is followed by a gentle settling into household tasks. Lamps are set in doorways, bowls are warmed, and the soft hum of conversation resumes in courtyards. The wall stands silent against the dusk, a steady silhouette, and near its base families move with the routine they have practiced for years, preparing for the long, patient night with the same care they have given to the day. The night brings a hush that threads through the lanes, and the community rests, its rhythm preserved in small, dependable gestures that will begin again with the next pale light. The slow arc of rebuilding moved along the stone and earthen ridge with a steady patience, brick by brick and hand to hand, as workers set about refining earlier shapes into something more regular and lasting. They laid bricks with hands that had known clay and kiln smoke, arranging courses in even lines that caught the light in soft bands. The facing of brick wrapped the older core in a measured skin, and the texture of the wall grew less random and more rhythmical, a series of planes and shadowed joints that made a uniform path along the hills. This facing did more than please the eye. It sheltered earth beneath from wind and rain, and it offered a smoother surface for the slow passage of men and supplies. As masons smoothed mortar and set each block, their motions matched a quiet seasonal cadence, gentle and repeated. With the brick facing came a careful attention to foundations, and the builders took time to settle stones below the line of frost, to pin the wall to bedrock where possible, and to shore up slopes that might slip. They carried and fitted cut stone at the base like a calm foundation beneath a lighter coat, and each course of stone bore small tool marks that told of measured, deliberate work. Channels were carved quietly to lead water away, and over time these drains became familiar lines along the wall, guiding rains into little culverts and out to streams. These measures reduced the slow seep of moisture that could make earth soft and slow its strength, and so the whole profile of the wall became a system of careful, mutual support. Parapets were widened with a slow intent, their tops leveled and their merlons set at gentle intervals, creating a measured rhythm against sky and ridge. The shape of the battlements adjusted modestly to new needs. Their embrasures softened to accept different weapons and different stances, and the flat top became broad enough for a slow, unhurried step. Along these widened crowns, benches and low platforms were sometimes built, places where a soldier could sit or stand with a matchlock, or pile a small store of powder and ball at a modest distance. The parapet itself became an aid to movement, a subtle footway that invited a relaxed, steady patrol rather than hurry. Watchtowers were enlarged in hush and stone, their rooms arranged with small platforms and niches where supplies could be kept dry and tools could be stored. Their roofs were tiled and extended with eaves that drew rain away from the beams, and small windows were placed with care to give a calm view down ridgelines. Inside, staircases were adjusted to rise in measured windings, and the floors were reinforced to bear the weight of heavier pieces that sometimes rested there. These towers were not only vantage points, but also repositories for new equipment, and their interiors were arranged in orderly pockets so that a man entering in the morning might find rope, oil, a stand of spare matchlocks, and a few neatly wrapped cartridges. The arrival of gunpowder weapons brought gradual alterations that were thoughtful rather than abrupt. Embrasures were softened into slots that could receive a barrel and still allow a slow, smooth swing. Platforms were stabilized so that the recoil of a small piece would not disturb the mortar of the parapet, and firing positions were given modest protective wings of brick to shelter the shooter's legs and shoulders. The aim was not to change the character of the wall, but to allow new tools to be used within its familiar geometry, so that the quiet line of bricks and stones might embrace these heavier, hotter sounds without losing its measured calm. Gatehouses were rebuilt with a gentle complexity. Their passageways deepened and fitted with low chambers where supplies could be kept and where a small guard might perform routine checks. The thresholds were raised slightly, and sills were lined with stone to resist wear, while the door frames were reinforced and hung on strong pins that turned in recessed sockets. Portcullises and heavy beams were set with slow precision, and the ironwork was forged to click and settle with a quiet, dependable sound when moved. Around these gates, little courtyards settled into orderly habits, where messengers could wait and cartwheels could rest on flat stones. Along the length of the wall, paths were widened and graded so that supply carts and mule trains could pass with calm regularity, and small stables were built in the lee of towers to shelter beasts from storm. These service routes were sometimes laid with compacted stone and sometimes with clay and gravel, and they traced gentle arcs down to nearby roads and river landings. Where water was available, barges and barge sheds were used to move bulk supplies, and the rhythm of river traffic matched the seasons, slow in winter and steady in the milder months. Through these links, bricks, lime, grain, and timber moved at a pace set by weather and habit. Kilns and temporary brickworks took up places along the wall in modest clusters, each emitting a low, steady warmth as clay was turned into brick and cooled in stacks. These sites were managed with care, their output stamped with maker's marks, and sometimes with dates, so that a brick could be remembered and recognized as it entered the fabric of the wall. Carpenters worked nearby, cutting frames and shuttering for arches, while teams of masons used these essentials to build in measured increments. The presence of these local workshops softened the logistics of long-distance hauling and allowed repair and construction to keep to a gentle schedule. Mortar itself became a more consciously prepared material, mixed with lime and sand, and sometimes with crushed brick to bind more steadily. The preparation of mortar followed a predictable order: lime slaked and left to mellow, sand sieved and wetted, proportions checked by experienced hands. This mixture was applied with the slow strokes, and joints were struck and smoothed so that water would run off rather than sit, and so that freeze and thaw would have less purchase. As mortar cured, masons retreated to the next section and repeated their careful motions, creating a continuous band of attentive labor along the wall. Corner towers and larger gate towers received particular attention. Their mass increased modestly to balance the new weapons and tactical layouts. These larger structures were buttressed with stone and sometimes given stepped terraces that allowed multiple levels of observation and firing. The terraces were connected by ramps and wide stairs that inclined gently, permitting the movement of heavier equipment in a composed way. These forms lent a calm verticality to the wall, moments when the line rose and offered a broader, steadier look across the country. Small workshops and artisans found a settled place beside these larger structures, and the slow industry of the wall supported the quiet livelihoods of tinsmiths, rope makers, and leather workers. They set up under lean-tos and in low rooms where the daily tasks went on with modest cheer, repairing harnesses, splicing ropes, patching leather boots, and making soft cases for powder. These trades supplied the garrisons with a continuous stream of small goods that kept routines moving smoothly and their presence wove a low, human rhythm into the more monumental stonework. The movement of provisions became more regular and recorded, with storehouses placed at measured intervals and shelves fitted to hold grain, salted meat, and storage jars. Records of stocks were kept in orderly ledgers, and small officers made rounds to note what had been used and what needed replenishing. The system was not elaborate, but it was steady, and the reliability of food and fuel allowed garrisons to sleep with a calm assurance that shifts could be kept and duties met. This logistical steadiness was as much a part of the wall's strength as its stone. A subtle system of signals continued to be used and was adapted to the changed environment, with watchmen combining flags and fire with the measured report of small guns or the tolling of bells in certain towers. These sounds and sights were not dramatic bursts, but rather part of a slow language that extended along ridgelines. Men trained in its codes could read a sequence of smoke, banner, and bell with a practiced indifference, and the chain of communication flowed like a quiet current, carrying news and instruction at a human pace. Repair brigades were organized into modest teams that traveled with tools, mortar, and a calm understanding of technique, moving from one weak spot to another with a practiced rhythm. They replaced bricks that had spalled in freeze, repointed joints, and rebuilt small parapet segments, always working in a way that preserved the line's visual steadiness. These brigades camped lightly, sleeping in low tents or under eaves, and their arrival at a damaged place was accompanied by the simple routines of leveling, mixing, cutting, and setting, a series of tasks performed without haste. The administration of repair and construction was itself given a measured structure, with records kept in a plain hand and simple registers noting the work completed, the quantities of materials used, and the names of those who had contributed. These records were placed in small chests and consulted by clerks who moved along the wall to tally progress. Their entries were careful and repeated, and the slow accumulation of data helped plan the next year's work, setting an even cadence for maintenance. The landscape around the wall was softened by these renewed works, with terrace gardens and little orchards planted near garrison houses to supply fresh food in a quiet way. These small plots were tilled in old, familiar patterns, and their produce added variety to the diet of soldiers and workers. Bees were sometimes kept in small hives, and a low hum of activity filled the air during the warmer months, a domestic counterpoint to the larger architectural tasks at hand. In some passes, the wall's shape was smoothed to guide traffic, with approach slopes eased and retaining walls built to support terraces. Roads into strategic gaps were improved with stone paving and gentle drains, allowing carts and pack animals to move at a stable, unhurried pace. Gatekeepers and porters settled into regular habits at these points, and the flow of people and goods became a familiar daily procession that eased the sense of distance between communities. Bridges were rebuilt where necessary with arches of cut stone and careful mortar, their spans modest and well proportioned. These crossings were fitted with low parapets and flagged surfaces that made the passage of wagons and men predictable and calm, and they linked the wall's network of roads into a coherent supply system. The riverbanks were sometimes shored with gabions and stone, and the water was guided in gentle channels to avoid undermining foundations. a quiet, hydraulic logic that kept the structure steady. The arrangement of garrisons evolved in step with the wall, with smaller detachments placed in positions that could be supported easily by nearby stores. These posts maintained a slow rotation, sending and receiving men in a pattern that let each group rest and resupply. The routine of drilling, patrol, and maintenance became a daily sequence that varied little from season to season, and this predictability was part of the comfort of life beside the wall. Architectural details multiplied in modest ways: stepped parapet tops for better drainage, small ledges for resting arms, and niches for securely placing small cannon or swivel pieces. Cornices were given slight overhangs to keep rain from saturating the courses below, and the rhythm of projection and recess made the wall a succession of soft shadows along its length. These subtleties were not ostentatious, but functional, small gestures of care that accumulated into durability. Local stone was used where available, and quarries near the works were managed to supply the cuts needed for foundations, sills, and larger tower blocks. The extraction of stone was done with steady methods of wedges and controlled fractures, and the shaped blocks were hauled slowly on sledges or carts along prepared roads. These stone resources were set into the design as anchors and counters, their mass lending weight and permanence to the more delicate brickwork above. When weather forced pauses, work shifted to smaller indoor tasks: carving lintels, fashioning metal fittings, and preparing the next season's stock of bricks. Carpenters made doors and shutters, while coopers prepared barrels for salt and grain, and saddlers repaired harnesses. This ability to change the nature of labor with the season smoothed the course of projects, so that no time was wholly idle, and the steady progress of the wall continued in different forms. The style of masonry adopted a restrained uniformity, with courses kept regular and bonding patterns made consistent so that joints aligned and stresses were distributed evenly. This orderliness made repairs easier. A missing section could be integrated without complex adaptation, and the visual continuity also helped observers judge the state of repair at a glance. The wall thus presented a calm, regular face to the land, its even courses reflecting the measured care of those who tended it. Workshops along the wall began to mark their products with simple signs, and a small craft identity took hold as bricks, tiles, and ironwork bore faint symbols of their makers. These marks were not loud claims, but quiet assurances, a way for a craftsman to leave a modest trace of labor, and for overseers to account for quality. Over seasons, such marks became familiar as breadcrumbs along the wall, small human notes in stone and clay. Training for use of new weapons was integrated into daily routines, with matchlock practice carried out in calm sequences that emphasized steady aim and careful loading. Gunnery exercises took place on terraces where recoil could be absorbed, and drills were performed slowly to build confidence without haste. The rhythm of practice, like the rhythm of masonry, relied on repetition and even pacing, and the ability to operate firearms in a composed way became part of the wall's culture. The presence of mines and quarries near certain stretches required a delicate balance between extraction and preservation, and engineers measured each cut to avoid destabilizing slopes. Retaining walls were built in steps, and drainage galleries were inserted to relieve pressure from groundwater. These interventions were not dramatic, but rather a continued conversation between human need for material and the slow requirements of stability. The use of lime wash and pigmented plasters on some internal faces kept moisture in check and gave interiors a muted brightness. These coatings were renewed in simple cycles, and the flicker of light on paler walls made rooms feel calm and clean. In certain towers, inscriptions were painted or carved to note repairs and donations, modest records that oriented those who lived there in time and responsibility. Local communities continued to shape the wall's surroundings, cultivating small markets and weekly exchanges that supplied fresh goods to those on duty. Potters and bakers, when they could, made regular deliveries, and the market rhythms fit comfortably into the pattern of rotations and patrols. The relationship between communities and the wall settled into routines of dependence and mutual support, ordinary and steady. In places where the wall crossed rivers, sluices and small locks were implemented with gentle engineering to moderate water flow, preventing sudden undermining and allowing for controlled irrigation nearby. These works were practical and unassuming, contributing to agricultural steadiness in adjacent fields and keeping the foundations dry and firm. Seasons of building and seasons of rest continued to follow one another, and the overall tempo of adaptation was one of a small, incremental change. Improvements were layered over time, each modest addition contributing to a more resilient whole. The wall's line, gradually adjusted, came to hold both the traces of older methods and the refinements of newer needs, joining them into a calm continuity. Academic records and provincial instructions guided many choices in quiet ways, with manuals circulated that outlined proportions and recommended materials. These guides were read by master builders, who then applied the principles with practical judgment, translating simple prescriptions into measured outcomes across varied terrains. The result was a shared vocabulary of technique that crossed regions and seasons. Where new defensive geometry was needed, it was introduced as gentle modifications, a slight outward slope to a parapet here, a small bastion-like projection there, always proportionate and restrained. These adjustments accommodated new equipment without interrupting the wall's overall line, permitting a peaceful coexistence of old and new measures in stone and earth. Tiles and decorative cornices sometimes found their place on public-facing towers, adding a quiet elegance that softened the wall's presence against the landscape. These details were executed with care, their patterns simple and repetitive, their colors muted so that they blended into the surrounding hills rather than seeking attention. They lent an occasional domestic note to an otherwise sober architecture. Daily life around these renewed structures became a practiced set of small motions, sweeping thresholds, sweeping ash from hearths, leveling mortar beds, and checking stored grains. These motions created a steady human hum that accompanied stone and brick, making the wall not only a line of defense, but also a lived place where ordinary tasks gave shape to time. Merchant convoys adapted to the wall's improved roads, and sometimes used its sheltered stretches to camp for the night. Their wagons aligned in orderly rows and their animals fed near small river bends. These transient presences added a steady flow of exchange and information, and the rhythm of arrival and departure punctuated the continuous hum of the wall's maintenance. In training yard and drill space, squads practiced slow, methodical maneuvers, aligning their steps with the cadence of commands and the soft thud of feet on packed earth. These drills were practiced without haste, emphasizing coordination and calm response over sudden movement, and the steady repetition built quiet confidence. Small gardens and orchards continued to be tended in the shadow of towers, their fruit and herbs adding a gentle variety to the daily palate and offering moments of quiet care to those who worked near them. These green spaces softened the sense of workaday stone and made living by the wall feel more domestic and less austere. Over time, the wall's many modest improvements accumulated into a resilient coherence, a long, measured line that balanced old techniques and new tools with a calm pragmatism. The careful placement of bricks, the broadening of parapets, the repair cycles, the steady movement of supplies, and the quiet organization of human labor all combined into a sustained presence along ridge and valley, an ongoing work in stone and habit that continued to be tended with patience and routine. Careful lines of flagging tape mark where researchers step, and the soft scrape of trowels is a quiet rhythm under wide sky, a steady work that unfolds slowly and patiently along slopes of packed earth and broken masonry, where every small reveal is treated with a deliberate hand and a slow breath, because each fragment of soil or tile carries a little of time that must be read like a pale page. Gentle brushes uncover the edges of old foundation fills, revealing seams between packed rammed earth and later stone facing, and the colors of layers are spoken of in soft tones, browns and ochres, and the faint gray of ancient ash, each shade guiding a careful decision about how to proceed and how to record what appears. Notes are taken in tidy, measured script and photographed in a calm sequence so that nothing is hurried and the truth of what lies below is respected by light steps and patient attention. A camera on a drone moves slowly above, capturing a slow, sweeping map of ridgelines and low terraces, its blades whispering like distant rain, while technicians monitor a laptop with steady eyes and measured fingers, stitching images into a wide, gentle mosaic that shows how a wall curves and how earth hugs stone. The images are layered with old maps and modern satellite views, and technicians trace faint lines of past repairs and the subtle slope of drainage, looking for places where water gathers or where wind has scoured away the finer fills, and they mark these for careful study. Each mark on a digital map is made with a soft deliberateness, a small choice that will guide future steps, and the maps themselves are treated as living, slow documents that will be returned to with the same calm attention. Geophysics tools hum quietly in the background, gently probing with sound and magnetism, sketching hidden anomalies beneath the soil without cutting into the earth. And their readings are read like a patient conversation between machines and ground. Ground-penetrating radar sends a muted pulse and waits for the echo, giving a faint outline of buried walls or packed ditches, while magnetometers note small differences in the magnetic memory of Earth that point to fired bricks or ancient hearths, and the team moves in a soft choreography that respects the silence of the site. These methods allow people to understand the broad bones of construction before touching them, and knowing where to place hands brings a quiet ease to every movement, a sense that the work is careful and considered. When excavation does proceed, it moves in gentle stages, removing thin layers and pausing often to record and to breathe, because the more slowly a section is opened, the more reliably the story held in the soil can be told. Each context is numbered and described in patient sentences. Each shard and nail and crumb of charcoal is catalogued and wrapped with careful fingers, and the smallest fragment of pottery receives a soft label that ties it to a place and a moment. These small archives of finds are transported in padded trays, like a collection of quiet memories, and they travel to places of examination where microscopes and steady lamps reveal tool marks and mineral traces in muted detail, helping researchers understand the nature of past work in a language of grain and tool face. Laboratory spaces hum with slow processes, where conservators test salts on masonry samples and watch how moisture moves through pores, understanding that water is both a gentle sculptor and a patient enemy, slowly dissolving the bonds that hold bricks and earth together. Small hand lenses and soft brushes are used here too, and the careful mixing of consolidants and mortars is done like a quiet craft, balancing porosity and strength in soft measures so that new materials can sit comfortably against old ones without forcing change. Tests are documented in mild, systematic records so that each choice about how to mend a seam or to fill a void is founded on observation and time-tested practice rather than haste. Field conservators often design interventions that can be reversed or adjusted, preferring solutions that allow future hands to remove or replace them without harming the original fabric. And this philosophy encourages modest acts of support rather than bold attempts at imitation. When a loose brick is set in place, it is held by a mortar mixture chosen for compatibility and patience, a mix that breathes with the old masonry and draws moisture away gently, rather than sealing it and causing stress. These decisions are made with quiet consultation, with reference to slow studies of mineral composition and past repair histories, because small mismatches can create cycles of damage that take generations to notice. Photogrammetry is another gentle tool, creating dense clouds of points that form three-dimensional records of towers and parapets, showing every chipped edge, every weathered face, in a form that can be revisited without visiting the place. These digital models are stored and compared over seasons, so the soft passage of time becomes visible as slight slippage, a small loss of mortar here, a subtle bulge there, and conservators plan interventions when the changes remain small and manageable. The models allow teams to test hypothetical repairs in the quiet safety of virtual space, adjusting profiles and mortar blends and watching the simulated outcome with steady attention before committing any act to the actual stone and earth. Archaeological layers are read in slow sequences, where the presence of charred wood or the angle of cobbles reveals use and movement, and specialists in ancient soils and spores pore over tiny samples to learn of past climates and plant life. Palynologists, studying pollen grains under soft white lamps, discover quiet shifts in vegetation bands that hint at centuries of grazing or the gradual retreat of wetlands. And these gentle revelations inform how modern managers think about water flow and root action near wall foundations. Every environmental clue is treated as a small instruction for current care, because understanding how the landscape once behaved helps predict how it will behave again if left to its devices. Local communities are often invited to watch and to learn, and their steady presence becomes part of the living fabric of preservation, offering knowledge born of long acquaintance with particular stones or river beds. Elder craftspeople point out the best clay for making a compatible mortar, their hands shaping small samples like a soft ritual, while neighbors help by tending drainage ditches with patient care so that water does not undermine packed earth. This shared stewardship is quiet and continuous, a slow expansion of care that matches the long timescale of the wall itself, and it brings a human rhythm that balances formal conservation with everyday attention. Training workshops move in gentle cycles, teaching young masons the old ways of bricklaying and rammed earth compaction alongside modern conservation ethics, blending slow manual skill with a careful respect for documentation. Trainees learn to match textures and bond patterns in a way that does not imitate, but rather supports, making repairs that read lightly upon old stones. And they practice for many small sessions until their hands become familiar with the rhythm of compatible work. These sessions are often held near the wall so that learning is rooted in place, and the repetition of small tasks creates a steady competence that will be used in small maintenance acts over long seasons. Legal protections and administrative plans are drafted with a measured hand, creating frameworks that prevent hurried development or thoughtless quarrying. And the words of these documents are shaped slowly in consultation with local governments and cultural bodies. Rules about tourist access, materials extraction, and allowable repairs are crafted to be practical and modest, recognizing the need for slow maintenance rather than dramatic restoration. And they include provisions for monitoring that encourage steady vigilance rather than intermittent bursts of activity. The management plans set out routines, periodic inspections, annual clearing of drains, scheduled masonry checks after monsoon seasons, and an expectation that care is ongoing and unobtrusive. Monitoring systems combine old eyes and new instruments, with rangers walking watch paths to note moss growth and bulging stones, while sensors quietly record temperature, humidity, and movement, sending gentle alerts when thresholds are crossed. These alerts lead to small, rapid responses: a sandbag placed to divert a spring, a temporary fence to keep curious feet away from a fragile parapet, so that problems are caught while still small and easily managed. The presence of these systems keeps the pace of intervention deliberate. By detecting slow processes early, they prevent the need for forceful reconstruction and support a culture of incremental care. Tourism is managed with soft rules that guide visitors along defined routes, encouraging slow footsteps and quiet conversation, and providing gentle interpretation that explains why some areas are closed off and why some stones appear patched rather than replaced. Pathways are built to be forgiving to the landscape, raised boardwalks, and stabilized tracks that reduce erosion, while signage is designed to be unobtrusive and informative, written in simple, calm language that invites respect. Visitor centers offer displays of the conservation work in progress so that people can appreciate the care involved and the need for patience, learning that preservation is a measured activity that unfolds over years rather than a spectacle of transformation. Erosion control uses soft engineering, embracing plantings and low terraces and porous barriers that slow water without sealing it, favoring solutions that work with natural processes rather than against them. Grasses and roots are encouraged to take hold on slopes where they will bind soil while allowing moisture to pass, and shallow swales divert surface runoff quietly into places where it can soak in without undermining foundations. In areas where severe erosion has already occurred, careful reprofiling of banks is done in small steps, using locally available stone and earth in balanced measures so that the repaired slopes find equilibrium with the surrounding landscape. Vegetation management is patient and precise, recognizing that some plants are allies while others are slow threats, and teams map the distribution of tree roots and invasive shrubs with soft, systematic surveys. Where deep roots risk prying apart mortar, they are removed with restraint, and the soil is carefully consolidated, while in other places, a growth of grasses is encouraged to hold fills in place and to filter runoff. These choices are not made impulsively. Instead, they come from seasons of observation, noting how different plants behave through wet and dry cycles, and choosing interventions that minimize disturbance. Seismic concerns are addressed through subtle reinforcement and careful monitoring, adding small stainless steel anchors or flexible ties where needed, and doing so in a way that preserves the visual and tactile qualities of the wall. Engineers design these supports to yield slightly, to absorb energy rather than transferring it rigidly, acknowledging that a certain amount of movement is part of the structure's life, and that preventing all motion can cause more harm than good. These measures are introduced after slow study and modeling, and they are implemented with minute craftsmanship so the hardware is nearly invisible and the masonry retains its quiet dignity. Salt crystallization in brick and stone is managed through desalination and the promotion of drying regimes that are gentle and patient, using poultices and controlled airing rather than heavy washing that might erode surfaces. Conservators test samples to determine the soluble salt content and then design treatments that draw salts away over many gentle cycles, sometimes replacing the top layer of mortars in small patches so that salt can be expressed in a controlled manner. The process requires patience because salts can migrate over years, and careful follow-up keeps the wall from suffering repeated stress. Documentation is abundant and calm, with logbooks that record every small repair and observation, laminated maps that show the date of each intervention, and a quiet archive of photographs taken at consistent angles and light. These archives are consulted before any new work begins, so that each action is informed by a history of small decisions, and future teams can read the chronology like a slow, unfolding map. The practice of routine photography and note-taking creates a culture where nothing is assumed, and every choice is anchored to recorded fact, reducing the chance that a well-intentioned act will lead to unintended consequence. Material analyses are performed with patience, identifying the mineral makeup of mortars and the firing conditions of bricks, because knowing the original compositions allows modern repairs to be sympathetic in porosity and elasticity. Laboratory tests reveal the ratios of lime to sand, the presence of clay types, the trace minerals that give local stones its character, and conservators mix small batches of trial mortars to assess how they weather alongside the originals. These trials may last seasons, as exposure reveals how a material responds to sun and rain, And only after such steady observation are larger repairs undertaken. Small emergency protocols are in place for sudden events. A storm that loosens a stretch of parapet, a flood that washes the base of a tower, with teams ready to apply temporary shoring and protective covers while a careful assessment takes place. These temporary measures are intentionally modest and reversible, intended to stabilize rather than to reconstruct, holding the place so that deeper, well-informed work can follow in calm sequence. The presence of a slow, practiced response brings reassurance, and it allows the main work to remain methodical rather than reactive. Community oral histories are collected in quiet sessions where elders speak of old maintenance rhythms and of the particular stones that were once replaced in small ways. And these stories are entered into records with patient respect. Such memories often point to traditional recipes for mortars or to long ago drainage channels that once kept water from gathering near foundations, and integrating that local knowledge into formal conservation plans creates a gentle bridge between science and lived experience. The recurring practice of listening keeps the process rooted in place and opens avenues for sustainable care that fit local rhythms. Conservation also means accepting a degree of patina and wear, valuing the soft scars of time as part of the wall's story, and steering away from the impulse to return every damaged face to a pristine appearance. Where a surface shows centuries of wind and rain, conservators may choose to consolidate rather than replace, to fix what is loose, and to let the surface keep its weathered voice. This restraint is a quiet aesthetic of preservation, a recognition that authenticity includes age, and that a healed seam need not look new to be sound. International collaboration brings together different skills in a gentle exchange, with specialists sharing methods in workshops and joint field seasons that are paced to allow time for learning and for mutual observation. Teams work side by side, comparing notes on compatible mortars, on flexible anchors, on the best ways to document subtle movement, and the resulting blend of approaches enriches local practices without overwhelming them. These exchanges are conducted with soft respect for local priorities, aiming to enhance rather than replace established stewardship, and they often leave behind a pattern of slow improvement. Long-term funding is arranged in small increments and steady disbursements, because a predictable flow of resources suits the slow rhythm of conservation better than sudden large grants that demand quick outcomes. Allocations for annual inspections, small emergency funds, and training cycles allow managers to plan carefully and to act consistently, ensuring that maintenance becomes a routine rather than a rare project. Budgeting in this way supports a culture of incremental care, where small repairs happen regularly and prevent the accumulation of larger problems. Archival research complements fieldwork, with historians sifting through old repair records and ledgers in quiet offices, translating measured accounts of past works, and noting the materials and labor used in earlier eras. These documents sometimes reveal surprisingly pragmatic solutions from earlier times, local recipes, seasonal schedules, and accounts of how community labor was organized. And they inform modern practice by showing long-standing patterns of maintenance. The archive becomes a companion to the soil and stone, and together they form a slow, layered narrative that guides patient stewardship. Educational programs in nearby towns bring the practice of conservation into school curricula in understated ways, teaching children about drainage and the value of local materials, helping foster respect through hands-on activities that are carefully supervised and deliberately small in scope. Over time, these modest lessons cultivate a generation that understands the need for steady care and the satisfaction of slow improvement, and the presence of informed young people in a community strengthens the informal systems of maintenance that keep a wall healthy between formal interventions. Research on climate impacts is ongoing and methodical, modeling long-term shifts in precipitation and freeze-thaw cycles so managers can anticipate changes in vulnerability and adjust priorities with calm foresight. Studies suggest where future erosion might accelerate or where salts might migrate more rapidly with altered rainfall, and these findings prompt subtle changes in strategy: reinforced drainage in certain valleys, new vegetation regimes on exposed slopes, or altered inspection schedules timed to new seasonal patterns. The responses are measured and iterative, continually updated as the climate record unfolds in steady increments. In places where tourism and access pressure rise, soft infrastructure is deployed to distribute the load, such as secondary viewing platforms and rerouted paths that relieve the most fragile sections, designed to fit the landscape and to be easily repaired if needed. These interventions are made with quiet craftsmanship, using local stone where possible and avoiding impermeable surfaces that would change how water moves across the terrain. The aim is to keep the visitor experience gentle and sustainable so that the human presence can be absorbed without harm. Material storage and supply chains are organized to be responsive and modest, keeping small stocks of compatible bricks and mortar ingredients near the work sites to allow timely but careful repairs, while avoiding large inventories that might tempt major, unnecessary reconstruction. These stores are managed with simple records and rotation practices so that materials remain usable and local knowledge of their appropriate application is maintained. By keeping supplies scaled to routine needs, managers support a rhythm of steady maintenance rather than episodic overhaul. Academic publications and public reports are written in clear, unhurried prose that shares techniques and case studies while emphasizing the slow, evidence-based nature of good conservation, inviting other practitioners to learn and to adapt rather than prescribing one-size-fits-all solutions. These texts include measured photographs and modest diagrams, encouraging readers to value patience as much as technical skill. The literature itself becomes part of a global conversation, carried forward in small, thoughtful contributions that accumulate over years. Volunteer programs allow people to participate in monitoring and simple maintenance tasks under professional supervision, giving them a way to contribute without displacing trained conservators, and the work they do is designed to be steady and repetitive so that it supports long-term upkeep. Volunteers learn to clear drains, to record condition checks, to help manage visitor flow, and their efforts add a human continuity to the formal cycles of preservation. This involvement fosters a quiet bond between people and place, reinforcing the idea that care is shared and ongoing. Conferences and meetings among those responsible for similar sites foster the exchange of slow refinement techniques, with small workshops on topics such as compatible mortars or monitoring strategies, and these gatherings prioritize demonstration and hands-on practice over lecture. Participants return home with practical skills and a sense of collegial support, knowing that others are engaged in the same patient work and that modest improvements accumulate when shared. The rhythm of conference cycles mirrors the long seasons of conservation, each meeting adding a measured layer of understanding. New technologies are integrated cautiously, always tested against the demands of reversibility and compatibility, and teams pilot sensors and treatments in limited areas before broader use, watching and recording how innovations behave in real conditions. When a novel consolidant proves itself over seasons of exposure and monitoring, its adoption is gradual, applied in focused repairs where its benefits exceed its risks. This careful approach balances innovation with the stability of proven practice, ensuring that new tools enhance rather than override the steady craft of preservation. Local crafts and materials continue to be central to repairs, with workshops reviving traditional brick making and lime burning techniques in small, sustainable batches that supply compatible materials and keep older skills alive. These practices are carried out with an awareness of resource limits, harvesting clays and fuel in rotation and with minimal ecological impact, so that the act of repair is also an act of respect for the surrounding land. The result is a material continuity that connects present work to historic methods in a gentle, living way. Monitoring reports are read in slow routines, with teams meeting to walk sections together at the change of seasons, comparing notes, updating maps, and making modest plans for the coming months, always favoring small interventions that will preserve options for future care. These meetings reinforce a culture of patience and routine, and they make the work of stewardship a shared, steady practice rather than a series of dramatic fixes. The cadence of seasonal inspection ties conservation to the slow pulse of the landscape, and it keeps attention focused on incremental well-being. Plastic and intrusive modern additions are avoided where possible, and when electrical or safety systems are needed, they are installed with discretion, following paths that minimize visual and structural impact and that can be removed without harm. Wiring is run along existing joints or in concealed channels, and signage is designed to be informative yet subdued, blending with stone tones and low in profile. This restraint preserves the tactile experience of the wall and its setting, allowing visitors and caretakers alike to move through the place in a calm, unhurried manner. Portable documentation kits travel with field teams, containing cameras, notebooks, GPS units, basic mineral tests, and small conservation tools, so that each visit can produce a careful record and a measured action if needed. The kits are used in methodical routines: photograph, sketch, sample, test, and note, with each step done deliberately and repeated over time to build a slow archive of condition. This repetition creates a deep, ongoing knowledge of the site, accumulated in small, reliable increments. Researchers continue experiments in treating earthworks with breathable stabilizers and in testing the long-term behavior of blended mortars, observing results over many seasons before recommending widespread use, and their studies are reported with gentle caution and detail. Pilot projects are monitored with sensors and simple observational logs, and when a method proves durable and sympathetic, it enters the repertoire of accepted practice, becoming another modest tool in the steady care of ancient fabric. Documentation systems are designed to be accessible and transparent so that local stewards, researchers, and the public can consult records and understand the history of interventions without technical barriers, fostering a shared language of preservation. Public portals present images and condition notes in plain terms, inviting respectful curiosity and reducing pressure to make hasty changes by explaining why patience and small steps are necessary. This openness encourages a culture of collective guardianship, where knowledge supports restraint. Field seasons proceed in slow cycles, with teams arriving to perform measured repairs, to teach, to monitor, and then leaving behind clear records and small, durable changes, always mindful that the wall's future will be shaped by many such seasons of steady attention. Each act is modest in scale, but firm in intent, aimed at preserving structural integrity while honoring the layered evidence of time. The ongoing rhythm of study, repair, and observation becomes a living practice that wraps around the stone and earth, a continuous, patient care that moves forward step by soft step, attentive to the delicate balance of preservation and the quiet passage of years.